Oh, it's right here. It's Exodus 21, verse 1 to 24.
I remember there was a time when we was kings and queens, prophets and rulers, judging the earth. But now we stuck at the bottom of the totem pole. Where did we go wrong as a people? I think our people need to understand this with a wake-up call and give them understanding of what's going on. So bring it.
Early morning, rise up, open your eyes up, looking in the mirror, it gets no clearer. Cause we don't understand our own selves, drowning in sorrow with empty Hennessy bottles upon the shelf. Cause everybody wanna be a king, selling out their soul for this mean green cream thing. Paper chasing, but not facing the facts that as a nation, we all done got lax and letting the devil control us. And thinking like them damn Africans, they sold us. We in captivity because they hold us. Working hard with heavy burdens on our shoulders. Man, I thought we were some soldiers, but every second that I look.
Shalom. This is Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We're here at 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas 77071. We have classes Monday and Wednesday from 7 to 10 p.m., Friday from 6 to 9 p.m., and then Saturday morning classes 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're also located in San Antonio at 4219 Centergate Street. That's San Antonio, Texas 78217. Also in Albuquerque, New Mexico at 501 Copper Avenue, NW, Albuquerque, New Mexico 87102. All right, we are accepting donations, especially those for the homeless, canned goods, clothes, especially this week we're doing socks and undershirts that are in good condition. You can have those sent to 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas 77071. If you want to give a monetary donation, that's beautiful. We'll take that in our Wells Fargo account. It's account number 101-580-6167. All right. Also, we have kids classes on Sundays from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. That's basically 11 to noon, 1 hour kids class. We broadcast that live on ISB HPK Kids, which is our YouTube channel. And then we're on YouTube as you see us now for all our other classes. We got the High Holy Days that are coming up. We have Purim coming up on March 9th. All right, that's sundown March 9th to sundown March 10th. 2 days, all right? And then we have the Passover coming up the 16th. We are accepting any donations you want to give toward the Passover, toward the booking of the hall, and toward the buying of the lamb and the garments and everything. Sisters are making garments right now for the Passover for brothers, so all garment orders will be on hold until after the Passover, until after May, all right? So they'll begin taking orders on Israelware on Facebook. The site is called Israelware. They'll begin taking orders after May. All right. Right. If you need to ask any questions during class, you can call us at the numbers that are going to come on the screen. Please text only the 832-941-2443. Please text only as we're having class right now. And if you also have any questions after class, that you need addressed, you can text either of those two numbers or hit us up at hiddentruth12@gmail.com. All right. So that covers everything. All right. So we're going to begin the weekly Sabbath reading. Once again, we always encourage y'all to join us if you're in the Houston area. Come in and join us. Houston, San Antonio, or Albuquerque, New Mexico. Join us for class live. That way you get to partake in things like the ceremony, which we don't televise, the anointing, which comes in afterward. All that stuff is not on the YouTube. We don't record it. But that way you can get your anointing. You can get prayers done and things like that. Also, the scriptures tell you in Hebrews 10:25 not to forsake the assembling of yourselves together. So it's actually commanded for you to be gathered with your people. All right, not just online. This isn't those other camps that like to do everything online and there's no accountability. All right. So let's get the weekly reading out. If there's no questions, are there any questions so far from class or online? Nothing in class. All right. What's your name, bro?
Jeremiah.
Oh, okay. Jeremiah.
Yeah.
All right. Cool, man. Good to meet you. All right. No questions. All right. Cool. What you got?
My brother has a question that says, my first question was about King James Bible, where it says prince.
What? Where it says prince. What? Okay. Does he have a scripture or? There's a lot of scriptures that are gonna say prince in there. There's 101 scriptures where it says prince.
Is that apocalypse? Is that social?
No. You're right. We can go there.
Someone's saying that the candles are blocking the podium.
Yeah, I didn't really need to be seen all that much, so I was cool with the candle thing. But you can set up the little one too, and then we'll just switch it out.
Just burn the bottom and then stick it in there.
That was it for the questions, though. Was just the word prince in King James.
He said it's when you open it in the introduction of him.
Wait, it was a prince.
When you open the Bible.
Containing the Old and New Testaments, translated out of the original tongues, and with the former translations diligently compared and revised by His Majesty's special command, authorized King James Version. I'll read it.
When it's, is there a place where it's talking about King James? Unless it's
Preface to the Most High and Mighty Prince James, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, France, Ireland, defender of the faith, and the translators of the Bible wish grace, mercy, and peace through Jesus Christ our Lord. Considering that he was using the Most High's name in there in the introduction part, more than likely he was demoting himself to the prince level, seeing as the Most High is king over everybody. Alright? Because we're all technically princes, being sons of the King of Kings. So more than likely he was just demoting himself down to that prince level, since he was naming himself in there with the Most High in Christ. Alright?
I think she has another question.
What else you got?
Or he followed up and said, yes, that's why is Queen Mary there.
Huh?
That's why is Queen Mary there? I'm not sure if it's a question or a statement.
Queen Mary.
There.
I don't see where he says talking about Queen Mary. But he basically demoted himself to prince because he was talking about by the grace of God. Alright? Because right after it shows you all his titles, because he was not only the king of England, but he was the king of Great Britain, France, and Ireland. as well as the King of Scotland, which he didn't put in there. So, I'm not sure what the questioning is about, but like I said, he brought himself down to the level of a prince, being that he was mentioned in the Most High.
I think brother had a question.
Cool. Go ahead.
I don't think he was really making himself a prince. Like, 'cause like when you look at it, it say to the Most High, mighty prince. And you know when it say to the Most High, mighty prince, it's in different captions. And then in bold, then it's like that's when he started talking about himself.
Oh, right, there you go. Wait, no, to the Most High and Mighty Prince James by the grace of... No, he's saying himself as a prince. Because I was thinking maybe they didn't put any punctuation in there, but they did. So, to the Most High and Mighty Prince James, by the grace of the Most High, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith. Yeah. He was just doing it as in comparison to the Most High. I don't see where he's talking about Mary, though. We got Queen Elizabeth.
He said, why do they mention Queen Mary? Keep reading down.
There you go. Question.
Where? You see any of that? Queen Mary?
How about we have it?
I'm gonna read the whole thing, so that way if we run into Queen Mary, then... Said, great and manifold were the blessings, most dread sovereign, which Almighty God, the Father of all mercies, bestowed upon the people of England, when first he sent your majesty's royal person to rule and reign over us. For whereas it was the expectation of many who wished not well unto our scion, that upon the setting of that bright occidental star, Queen Elizabeth of most happy memory, some thick and palpable clouds of darkness would so have overshadowed this land, that men should have been in doubt which way they were to walk, and that it should hardly be known who was to direct the unsettled state. The appearance of your majesty as of the sun in his strength instantly dispelled those supposed and surmised mists, and gave unto all that were well affected exceeding cause of comfort, especially when we beheld the government established in your highness and your hopeful seed by an undoubted title, and this also accompanied with peace and tranquility at home and abroad. But among all our joys there was no one that filled more our hearts than the blessed continuance of the preaching of the Most High's sacred word among us, which is that inestimable treasure which excelleth all the riches of the earth, because the fruit thereof extendeth itself not only to the time spent in this transitory world, but directeth and disposeth men unto that eternal happiness which is above in heaven. Then not to suffer this to fall to the ground, but rather to take it up and to continue it in that state, wherein the famous predecessor of your highness did leave it.
He said Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth was queen over England. She was the daughter of Henry Tudor, which you know as Henry VIII. All right, she was Queen Elizabeth after Henry died. She was, because he had no male heirs. His only male heir had died as a child at about 8 years old. So Queen Elizabeth ended up taking over after Bloody Mary, they called her, which was Mary Tudor. All right. Which was one of Henry VIII's daughters. After her belly swelled up with some kind of cancer and she died, but she was known as Bloody Mary for killing a lot of people that were trying to spread the Bible to everyone, not just for the monarchy and for the clerics and things, but she wanted it available to everybody. Henry Tudor wanted it available to everyone. All right, or King Henry VIII. He wanted the Bible available to everyone. But Mary Tudor, she was a Catholic, and the Catholic Church only thought that the Bible should be available only to royalty and to the clerics of the church. All right. So when Queen Elizabeth came into power, when Mary Tudor died, she became queen over England. She had no husband, all right, and she had no children because she was known as the Virgin Queen, which is where you get the state of Virginia. It's named after her because she was supposed to be the Virgin Queen. All right. Now since she had no children, when she died, and she was trying to also continue her father's work of spreading the Bible to everyone, and getting it printed for everyone to have it available to them. But when she died, there was nobody to continue that lineage, so they had to get James, King of Scotland, all right, her cousin, her nearest male heir. They got him. He was the King of Scotland at the time, and also of France and Ireland. He was the king of those regions. They brought him over to be king over Great Britain and England, all right? And you know him as King James, all right? But he was actually James Stuart, all right? And the family of the Stuarts had been reigning over Scotland for about 400 years, all right? So, and these were black people. That last name Stuart, it denotes a black person, all right? So King James of Scotland became King James over England, all right? And Elizabeth was his cousin, so they mention her as, where did it say it? Right, that upon the setting of that bright occidental star, Queen Elizabeth, so they're saying that she was a star, that she was bright because she was trying to get the Bible to everyone. So they were calling her this bright occidental star, all right? So that's just giving her a little praise for the work she was trying to do that King James inherited and he actually completed. So it technically would be the Queen Elizabeth authorized version of the Bible, but she passed away before the work was completed, so King James took it over. All right? So hopefully that answers your question. If not, we can go more in depth on that.
He said okay.
Huh?
He said okay.
Okay. What else? Jeremiah, you said you had a question?
No, you answered it already.
Huh?
You had answered it already.
Oh, okay. Cool. Go ahead.
They want to know what is a symbol of 9 candlesticks as opposed to 7.
Well, this is technically the Hanukkah one. The middle one is used to light the other 8, but there's 8 days for the Feast of Hanukkah, which is known as the Feast of Lights. All right, so these are the lights. All right, and when you read in the Apocrypha in Maccabees, it tells you look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it, because they profaned they profaned our holy day on their Feast of Bacchus, which comes around December 25th, all right, which is what we know as the 25th day of the month Caslu, all right? So it's our 9th month, 25th day, that they profaned it in order to celebrate their riotous, perverted holiday of the Feast of Bacchus or Saturnalia, all right, which is the Romans, they changed it into Saturnalia for them. So they profaned it at that time. You now celebrate it as Christmas, and you put up lights, all right, at the same time that we're supposed to be putting up our lights for the Feast of Hanukkah. All right, so we basically changed that back. We changed that into a celebration for us with lights. All right, so that was a pagan feast, had nothing to do with lights or anything like that. They just went around having sex with little children and everything and topping each other off for about 7 days. All right, that was the Feast of Bacchus or the Feast of Saturnalia. All right, we changed that and took over that holiday as a holy day to the Most High, where we rededicated the temple, moved all the stones out that they had defiled, and basically rebuilt the temple brand new, and put up lights. put up lights and made that a feast of lights. All right. So these represent the 8 days of Hanukkah. The one in the middle is representing Christ, light, giving light to each of those days. All right. What else?
Did Abimelech, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it
Abimelech?
right. Abimelech of Genesis chapter 20 keep God's laws?
Let's see.
Genesis chapter 20.
Very interesting question.
Verse 3.
Let's see, Genesis chapter 20, verse 3. But the Most High came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. What you have to know is just about every nation knew of the Most High. And when he found out that that was a man's wife, yes, he did keep the laws of the Most High, because every nation was in fear of the Most High. All right, all of them. The fear of the Most High was in every nation at that time. But at one point, he had went and he picked his chosen among all nations. That's why at a certain point, when he sends Joshua out, he says, "Go and destroy the sinners, the Amalekites." Well, the scriptures tell you that sin is a transgression of the law. So how can you be a sinner if you don't have the law? Everybody had the law because it was given to them by Noah. Noah gave it down to Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So they all knew the law. Ham went off instantly and started breaking the laws. The people of Cush, Babylon, all those people that come from Ham, they instantly went off and started serving idols and started worshiping pagan deities and all these things. The people of Japheth, over time, they started doing the same thing. But the people of Shem kept the laws. They kept the law, statutes, and commandments until you get down to the Moabites and the Ammonites and then the so-called white man. They all branched off and decided they were going to serve the gods of the heathen, the gods of the Canaanites, the Hamites, if you will, and the gods of the people of Japheth. So they went off into serving those gods and assimilated those to themselves. So those other nations that come from Shem branched off. The only one that kept those laws was the people of Israel. And also, you have the people of Ishmael, all right, which were known as the Arabs. They kept that part, but as you know, Ishmael was kicked out when he was 14, so he didn't keep everything that Abraham taught him, but he kept most of what Abraham taught him, which is why when you deal with Islam, that so-called religion, a lot of their things, a lot of their laws are based off of Hebrew law with a few changes, all right? Was that it?
No, we have a couple more questions.
But yeah, Abimelech, he was a keeper of the law, or he was a keeper of that way, because after he had that dream, you go down, but Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? And said he not unto me, she is my sister, and even she herself, said, he is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. And the Most High said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I you not to touch her. See that? And he said, Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for you, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are yours. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told all these things in their ears, and the men were sore afraid. See that? So yeah, some of these other nations had not forsaken the ways of the Most High that were passed down to them by people like Eber, who kept the past, kept the language and the customs of the past. And when that was Abraham's great-great-great-great-grandfather, who ran Ebla, which is the greatest city of Mesopotamia. All right. So the laws that Eber gave to every person under the cities of Mesopotamia, he gave that law to everyone. Now Eber was a keeper of the Most High's law. So everything that branched out from Mesopotamia, we're talking about the Akkadians, the Sumerians, the Hittites, Amorites, all these people that you know of Hamitic or any of this descent, they all come from one place, from Mesopotamia. So they all knew God's laws because it was given to them through Eber. It was also turned into what you call the Codes of Hammurabi. All right? So a lot of people try to say, oh, the Bible was plagiarized from the Codes of Hammurabi. But that's not true. All right? Because I got it right here. This is page 318 of the Handbook to Life in Ancient Mesopotamia by Stephen Bertman. It says under the 10 Commandments heading, it says the focus of Exodus is not Mesopotamia, the land of the Jewish people's origin, but Egypt, the country of its enslavement. Yet even in Exodus, the presence of Mesopotamian cultural influence is palpable. So what they're saying is, when you're reading Exodus, you're reading a lot of things that come from Mesopotamian culture. There's a reason for that. All right? It says, while Egyptian society was governed by the oral pronouncements of the pharaoh, Mesopotamia was regulated by a long-standing tradition of written codes of law, from the Sumerian code of Ur-Nammu to the Babylonian code of Hammurabi. In concept as well as in content, the biblical 10 Commandments in Exodus are a lineal descendant of these codes. All right, now I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why they say the 10 Commandments are a lineal descendant of the codes of Hammurabi. Because the codes of Hammurabi, as it said, they come from Mesopotamia, right? So when I go to page 317, we're going to find out who ran Mesopotamia. It says, moreover, an inscription found at the powerful city of Ebla, which is the capital of Mesopotamia, reveals that one of the greatest kings bore the name Ebram, the same name as Abraham's great-great-great-great-grandfather, the ancestor for whom the Hebrews were named. The language of Ebla was in fact the direct ancestor of the Hebrew language, and in its cuneiform tablets we read the people named Abraham, Esau, Ishmael, and Israel, a veritable telephone directory of Hebrew personal names. So we ran Mesopotamia, the greatest civilization on earth, from where came Israel, from where came Babylon, from where came all these other so-called great civilizations, including Egypt. That's why the codes of Hammurabi sound like the 10 Commandments. It sounds like the 10 Commandments were derived from Hammurabi. That's exactly true, because the codes of Hammurabi were derived right back from us, from Hebrews. All right? So that should show you a little bit right there. And that's called the Handbook to Life in Ancient Mesopotamia by Stephen Bertman. All right. So, those kind of things right there show you that Egypt wasn't the greatest civilization, that they weren't the original, and that the God of the Hebrews, his laws were absolute in every nation. All right. That's why when you go to what we went to last night about in Galatians, I think they were asking about, where they were like wondering about God being the God of the Gentiles. Yeah, he's the God of everyone. Everyone had his laws, but that's why he started saying, "Go destroy the sinners, the Amalekites. Go destroy the sinners, the Hamites. Go destroy these sinners." Right? Why? Because he had given all of them his law, and a lot of them had started to disobey. And Israel was the only ones that kept his law, statutes, and commandments. So that's why he went ahead and said, you know what? I don't care about these other nations. Only Israel. All right? And that's when he decided to go ahead and establish his law, as you read in Psalms 147, verse 19 and 20. Let's get that real quick. That's why he went ahead and gave them the commandments. All right? So he didn't give them codes of Hammurabi. He didn't give them the Ur-Nammu script or anything like that. He gave them specific laws. to write and inscribe in stone for the generations to come. Read that from Psalms 147, verse 19 and 20, and Psalm 78, verse 5.
Psalms chapter 147, verse 19. He showeth his word unto Jacob.
See that? So this is Jacob, who became the nation of Israel, right? This is after the codes of Hammurabi. This is well after Abraham. This is well after Abimelech's time. All right, where he specifically said instead of now, well, we'll go there. I'll get to that point in a second. But there's a reason the commandments were originally written. You do not. It wasn't thou shalt not, like as in a future tense. It was you do not, like as in presently we already do not do this. All right? Because Israelites already did not kill. We already did not steal. We already did not worship other gods. You understand? But it was written, when you see the translation, you see it as thou shalt not, because the scriptures say this shall be written for the generation to come. All right? All these laws were put down for Israel and their generations, as we're going to read. But what's your question?
I hear how they talk about that in the book of Mesopotamia. So what about Amos 3 and 1 when he say, you know what I'm saying? They say everybody do it, but in 3 and 1 he say you only have I known.
Exactly. Like I said, he had a favorite. You understand? When he says you only have I known, meaning he had a relationship with us. Why? Because we're the only ones that kept it. You understand? That's why I said before he was the God of everyone. Everyone did what his commandment was. Why? Because they were all under Eber. They were all under Eber's command. All right? His name means the past. He kept the language and custom of the past, of the righteous men before him. Men like Methuselah, men like Noah, right? He kept those same customs. Every other nation on earth abandoned those customs. But since he was ruling everyone was doing what the king had to, what the king laid down. You understand? But as they started to branch off and become their own nations, like the Egyptians were slaves at the time Eber was ruling Mesopotamia. They were slaves to the Akkadians and Sumerians. You understand? But as they branched off, as they got their independence and became a nation, they decided they were going to forsake a lot of the laws that were ruled, the people that ruled over them kept. You understand? So as they branched off and became the nation of Egypt, or Kemet back then it was called, right? They started taking on their Hamitic brothers' customs, which was worshiping Nimrod and all these other pagan things. All right? So they left off and became worshipers of many gods, but they still knew about the one God. That's why when you get to Exodus chapter 1, it tells you that there arose a Pharaoh who knew not the God of the Hebrews, right? Why? Because the pharaohs before him knew about the Most High. You understand? People like Abimelech knew of the Most High. You see that? But this guy, he rose up and he didn't know the God of Egypt, or the God of Hebrews. All right. So after that, after we get out of Egypt, now he starts dealing with only Israel, because they were the ones that began calling back on him again and coming back to that original custom. If it wasn't for us, the whole world would have been damned. He would have probably destroyed it by fire long before. Did you know that?
But I thought that's why he destroyed the world before, because I was thinking like if we had the law that then somebody, we would think somebody that would have killed him. You know what I'm talking about? Then like it grieved him that he had made, man, because you know I'm just assuming like it wasn't no law, because that's why it was all kind of just wickedness going on.
Oh no, the law was breathed into Adam. You understand? You gotta understand that Adam was basically king of the earth. All right, there was other people on the earth beside Adam, but he chose Adam and breathed into him wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. That's that breath of life. All right, that's what you read in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 7, verse 22 down. That breath of life that was breathed into Adam, that was the law. You understand? Now Adam being the king of the entire earth, everyone had to follow what he laid down. You understand? That's why when he tried to flee, it says the other trees of the garden could not hide him. meaning the other nations, he couldn't hide among the nations because he was the king. They instantly knew who he was. You understand? So everything he brought down was the law, statutes, and commandments of God in Christ. All right? That's how every nation was ruled. But as the nations started to break off and become their own little nations and their own little kingdoms, in their kingdoms, they decided, you know what? We don't need his God. We can worship our idols. That's why the scripture tell you the gods of the nations are idols. Right? So they started worshiping their own little idols. Adam and his people kept the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. So when you go through his lineage, you end up with Noah, right? All the other nations of the earth are wicked. So the Most High said, okay, well, y'all don't want to follow my laws, and only Noah is keeping the laws from my chosen people. I'm killing everybody. Right? Now check this out. Let's go to 2nd Esdras, chapter 7. I think it's chapter 6. Chapter 6, verse 56.
2nd Ezra, chapter 6, verse 56.
Let me get there with you real quick. You got an apocrypha?
Well, I'm using it on the phone.
Oh, okay. We got the actual hard copies up here if you want.
I have my phone will have to answer it.
Oh, no.
So I'm kind of breaking down the timeline for you, all right? Because prior to that, all nations of the earth were ran by the law of God, the law of the Hebrews, all right? Through Noah, through Adam, right? So as you go through their lineage, right, through Noah was the only righteous man left with his family. So all the earth got wiped out. So now we starting all over again, reset, righteous ruling the earth, right? But Ham wasn't righteous. He instantly went off. He started breaking the law from the time they got off the boat when he exposed his father's nakedness, right? So he was cast out and cursed. His people were cursed. So now you just had Shem and Japheth that were left. Japheth didn't keep with the laws of the Most High. They ended up going off into other deity worship and everything like that, established by Ham and his people. Shem was the only one to keep it. All right, so he was the only one to keep the laws of Noah, the laws that God had given him. All right, and through the Shemites, right, you end up with Eber and things like that. So Eber ends up running Mesopotamia, which is the greatest city. All right, and all the other great cities, they come from that. All right, but some of the other ones, like the Hamitic cities, were slaves to them at the time. All right, but now we get to where we had lost our rulership of all of the earth, and all the rest of the earth had decided to go into heathen worship, pagan worship. But the Israelites, all right, after we became slaves in Egypt, the Israelites kept the laws of the Most High. And we're the only reason the whole earth wasn't destroyed by fire. You understand? If it wasn't for us, he would have destroyed the whole earth. And I'm going to show you. This is 2nd Ezra chapter 6, verse 54. I'm going to start there. He said, go ahead and read that.
Verse 54. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest, Lord, whose thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all.
See, so he's establishing, yes, just like all the churches be like, we're all children of Adam. Yes, we are. But he killed most of the children of Adam at Noah's time, right? So he didn't care about all the children of Adam. He only cared about Noah and his people, right? Then when Noah and when the other two nations, Ham and Japheth, sinned, he didn't care about them. He only cared about Shem's people. See that? Then through Shem, you end up with 5 nations: the Moabites, the Ammonites, the so-called white man, which is known as the Edomites, the Ishmaelites, which is known as the Arabs today, and then Israel. All 4 of them sinned. So he only cared about Israel. You understand? And if it was not for Israel, the whole world would have been destroyed. And he would have started all over again. You understand? But check this out. This is where we see that. He said, of him come we all. Go ahead.
And the people also whom thou hast chosen.
See that? And the chosen people come from Adam. Along with those other wicked nations, the chosen people come from Adam. The Israelites. See that? Go ahead.
Verse 55. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sake.
See that? He made the world for Israel's sake. You get that? Meaning, well, you'll see it. Read on.
Verse 56. As for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing.
They are what?
Nothing.
See that? So if they follow the laws, cool. If they don't follow the laws, I don't care. You understand? But if nobody follows the laws, and if Israel goes and becomes lawless, this world is doomed. You understand?
Come.
Now, here's the problem. Most of Israel ain't following the laws, right?
Come.
That's why we're going to get Romans, I think it's chapter 11. But read on where you're at.
Second Ezra chapter 7, verse 55.
You're in 56.
Verse 56. As for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and hast likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel.
See that? So he's basically saying the other people I don't care about. Israel is the only reason the earth is still standing. You understand that? That's to show you that right there. The only reason the earth is still standing is because of Israel. Now, most of Israel is off, right? But there's a chosen elect seed that is keeping the earth on its axis, if you will. Otherwise, the Most High would destroy the whole entire earth. All right? What's that?
And I had another question that it been bothering me for like a long time because you hear like some people say so-called white man Esau, which it's okay. I kind of believe it. And so when they say like the Hebrews, I kind of believe it too. But you know what I'm saying, we're backing up scripture. But when he say like when he talk about the curses on us and we run right, he say we gonna be sold to our enemy. You know what I'm saying? We know for sure that so-called white man our enemy. You know what I'm saying? When he say you gonna be sold to your enemy. You know what I'm saying? And when you say it like that, either you or another or your fathers have known like these people get I ain't gonna know them. So if with Esau being our brother, we know Esau. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we knew them. We knew Esau, the man, right? When he went off and decided to go sleep with the Horites and go dwell in Mount Seir, yeah, his nation, his nationality of people became like cave beasts and everything like that. Then it took them till like 1200 AD to where they became any kind of civilized. See that? And then when they became civilized, they started speaking a whole nother tongue that we didn't know. You understand? So we didn't know them as they came, because they didn't come back and say we're the Edomites. We just read that last night. When they came back into power, at a certain point, when the Romans came into power, you don't hear about Edomites no more, or Idumea. That's what we were reading last night under Edom in the Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary. Why? Because they were known now as the Greeks. They were known now as the Romans. We didn't know about no Greeks and Romans because they weren't there at that time. You understand? So they became a nation of people that we did not know. Then at the same time, our people lost that knowledge of who they were because we weren't dealing with them. You understand? So we didn't know them as Esau, our brother, no more. When they came back into power, they were the Ottoman Turks. You understand? In 1453 AD, they came back as the Ottoman Turk Empire. We never heard of no Ottoman Turk Empire. We never heard of no Greeks and no Romans as they came back into power. You see that? So, and then damn sure didn't know no Americans. You understand? So when they was like, we're the British and we're going to put you in slavery, or we're the Americans and we're going to put you in slavery, we didn't know who the hell that was. And they were speaking English. They weren't speaking Hebrew no more. You got to remember, from the time Esau left off, he went off into Mount Seir with the Horites. So automatically he started to speak different languages. His two wives were what? Ishmaelites or no, they were Canaanites, right? So his children are automatically going into speaking Canaanite languages. You understand? They automatically going into speaking Horite languages because of where they dwelt. You understand? Then from there, their language gets mutilated into all these other languages, and by the time they came back to meet us, they speak in Latin, they speak in English, right? We didn't know these people at all. That's why it says a nation of fierce continents whose tongue you will not understand. In the curses in Deuteronomy. You see that? Now, I'm going to come back to that point, but we got to finish this part, all right? Because I know people was kind of on edge trying to see why the earth is still standing. Because Israel went wicked, right? Okay, so Israel went wicked, so the only reason the earth is still here is because of these people. Read that.
This is Romans chapter 11 and verse 7. What then? Israel hath not obtained that which he seeketh for.
See, so even Israel lost it. That's why at Job 9 and 24, the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. Why? Because the righteous Israelites, we gave it up. We became wicked. We became people that wanted to do Canaanitish, Sodomitish activities. You understand? So we gave it up over to the wicked. And the only reason the Most High hadn't destroyed the whole earth, because at one time, he was going to destroy all of Israel. He told Moses, get out the way. I'm going to make of you a new nation. See that? And if it was, and Moses would have been the only righteous man on the planet. You understand that? And if Moses would have messed up, he would have to just destroy the whole earth. See that? It's the same way now. If it wasn't for these people, watch, read.
But the election had obtained it.
If it wasn't for the elect, the whole earth would be destroyed and started all over again. You understand? Okay. He said, Israel hasn't even obtained that which he seeketh for, but the election have obtained it. Go ahead.
And the rest were blinded.
And now nobody else serves the Most High but Israel, but the chosen elect of Israel. So now it's narrowed down even more. And if the elect fall off, that's why it says the righteous shall scarcely make it. Right? Where will the ungodly and the sinner appear? You see that? So if it wasn't for Israel's sake, if it wasn't for these chosen elect of Israel, there would be no earth. The Most High wouldn't. He said he don't care about nobody else. You're like spittle. You see that? Okay. The only reason they're there is to make sure the earth keeps running so Israel has something to use. That's the only reason the nations are there as servants to us. So that they can help the woman, like it says in Revelations. You see that? That's why these books, they ain't written by us, right? But we able to use them. See that? That's the only reason the nations exist, so they can go over there, and while we're teaching, they're digging up our artifacts, they're digging up our resources and showing who the true Jews are. And we use that. See that? They're still slaves to us to this day, they just don't know it. That's why the Illuminati, we don't have nothing to fear from them, because we're the real Illuminati. We're the real illuminated ones. You understand? Right. They're just doing it unknowingly, thinking they digging up resources and digging up things that they can cover up, but it's ending up in our hands. It's ending up for our use to build our nation. You see that? Right. But they don't know they're working for us. Because why? Because we look like we're poor and wretched and naked, right? But to the Most High, we're the chosen. Y'all see that? And the only reason they're cultivating their little parts of the earth and everything like that is to keep it clean for when we rule.
That's why he tell us to consider their place, right?
Yeah, because you got to look at the time of Solomon. When Solomon was ruling, was he pulling all the trees up in Israel? No. He was getting the cedars from Lebanon. See that? So all the other nations existed. Where was he getting his gold from? Ophir. Where was he getting his ivory from? Africa. Where was he getting his apes and things like his peacocks? He was getting those from the Western Hemisphere. These other nations only existed to serve us. And in Solomon's time, he had the perfect kingdom. Because all the other nations were in order under him. See that? He had what Eber had. Get it? Yeah. But to the other subject, man, about Esau, right? When it says that, it was a nation of fierce countenance that neither us or our fathers have known, we didn't know them. We didn't know no Americans. We didn't know no British. We didn't know no English. We didn't know we didn't know those people. What's that?
Like when he first left Isaac, and he heard what his daddy had told Jacob to do. Like he started mixing, but when he was mixing, he wasn't mixing with like European nations. He was mixing with people of color, just like them, like Canaanites, dark people, Ishmaelites, dark people, Moabites, dark people.
Have you ever heard of the curse of Gehazi?
No, sir.
All right, the curse of Gehazi was a servant of Elisha, which was Elijah's protege, right? Gehazi decided he was going to go to King Naaman and try to take gifts for the healing that Elisha had done for Naaman. All right. When Elisha came back, he thought he didn't that Elisha didn't know. When Gehazi came back, the servant of Elisha, when he came back, he thought Elisha didn't know nothing. Elisha was like, "Didn't my spirit go with you when you accepted the thing from Naaman?" He said, "So I'm going to curse you and your seed forever." So when he cursed him, he got leprosy. He got the leprosy of Naaman on him. Now, leprosy is a disease that affects your skin pigmentation. Did you know that? All right. So what happened was he became a double leper because he was already an Edomite. All right. He already had leprosy. He already had no skin pigmentation. That was the curse on Gehazi, right? He got a double leprosy, him and his seed. Well, the curse that was on Esau was leprosy for him and his seed. So it don't matter what black woman he slept with, his kids was going to come out lepers. They were going to come out clean lepers, meaning they would have no skin pigmentation. You see that? So it didn't matter if he messed with the Horites, the Canaanites, the Amorites, whatever. His seed was going to come out little white kids. You understand? That's the mark on him. What's that?
But you know when they describe when Esau is birth, and the same way they describe like King David, you know what I'm saying? They be really like breed the same kind of way.
That's been said, but we've gone through many videos over this, but also you can watch the brother Alazar from California, right? He did a debate with Nasi, what's his name? And Nasi tried to bring that up too. But the thing is the word red there that they use to describe Esau is the same word they use describing the covering we were supposed to use for parts of the temple. It was supposed to be dyed badger skins, dyed red, right? That red is as a hairy garment. It's like what they say in Genesis 25:25. That red is like this. You understand? When you do the red that they describe as David for ruddy, ruddy means fresh-faced. It doesn't mean red. You understand? When they've described that now in the current dictionaries as red, but when you get old dictionaries, like dictionaries that mention the word Caucasoid as being a subspecies of humankind, when you get dictionaries like that where they haven't edited things, where they weren't made politically correct, you get ruddy. It just means fresh-faced, youthful, which means he was a black man. Like, you see the difference between my face and this brother's face? He looks young, right? He looks like a kid compared to me, right? Because why? Because I'm older. His is fresh-faced. He would be ruddy. That's what you're dealing with David. David was ruddy as in fresh-faced and youthful because he was a kid at the time. It had nothing to do with him being red like this. Same thing they try to use with Adam. Adam is Adam, means from the earth. Esau became Adawam, which means red. But people mistranslate the Hebrew and say Adam is Adawam, and they say Adam was the same color as Esau. That's not true. It's two different Hebrew words. You see what I'm saying? So all these things, when you read in the translations, and like I said, the brother Alazar, he broke it down beautifully on there. But we've done so many classes on it, it's boring for us. You can look up anything. As long as you put in Esau, ISB, HBK, you'll see like 4 or 5 videos we done did, classes we done did, proving that the so-called white man is Esau, even by their own admittance.
Right, I seen a lot of them like get on there and say, yeah, we the Edomites, and a couple of them saying who we are, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I just don't ever
Oh no, I mean we got the books that show you that Esau is Edom.
Right, I just like before I call something fact in my heart, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the most I say, because you don't want us to be simple about it, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I take from a couple different sources, and when I have all said the same thing, then I come in and back.
Now I hear you, and like I said, we carry the books. All right. Like I said, just looking in the Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary under Edom, right? Now you know Herod the Great, right? He was Idumean, right? Now this man is a ruler from the Roman Empire. So if he's the king of them, what color are the Romans?
Remember,
These are Europeans, right?
remember our big brother, though, Paul, you know, he was considered Roman back then.
Roman by citizenship.
Right.
That's like we be considered Americans right
Right,
now.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So when they say that, you know what I'm saying, I would like to break it down, like how he broke it down to the people when he went to go speak. He like, nah, when they thought he was, Egyptian, he was like, nah, man, I'm Benjamin.
Right. Why did they think he was an Egyptian though? He was black.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Well, Herod was an Idumean. Alright? So if we know what color the Romans were, and Herod was a Roman king, right? Then we know what color the Romans were, and what color, coincidentally, the Idumeans were. See that? Now, if they're the same color, what more argument is there?
I just be asking
Right?
for clarity. That's all.
No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you, and that's what you're supposed to do. I'm gonna go right here. Let's see. I'm gonna start at the second paragraph here, where it says the kingdom of Edom was founded during the 13th century BC, according to archaeological evidence. All right, so this is not just something we made up, but they actually dig up the stones, and they dig up the old civilizations and find that Edom was an actual nation. And I'm just showing you this because people say, oh, the people of the Bible were all fictitious. Well, according to archaeological evidence, the Edomites existed. See that? It says in the process of about 4 centuries, the government of Edom changed from one under tribal chiefs to a monarchy. Well, a monarchy, we didn't have that until King Solomon. See that? That means when the reason we did it was it said we want a king over us like the nations.
Right.
What nations? The white man. We want to be like the white man. If it ain't white, it ain't right.
Right.
Tell me that ain't the same damn mentality we have today.
Right.
Right? Let's see. 8 of these kings reigned over Edom before the Israelites had any such ruler. So there it is. Now I'm gonna go over to the let's see, 1, 2, 3 more paragraphs. It says the Edomites were also subject to Babylon under the Persian Empire. Edom became a province called Idumea, the Greek form of Edom. In 325 BC, an Arab tribe known as the Nabateans conquered the eastern part of Edom's territory. In Maccabean times, John Hyrcanus subdued the Idumeans and forced them to accept Judaism. See that? So yeah, some of these white people now that was Jews by religion. All right. This was in the time of the Maccabees. It says when the Romans took over Palestine, the Edomites also were included. From Idumea came Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. He became procurator of Judea. Now, they made the Romans and the Idumeans 2 separate things, right? But why not, if you're conquering a nation, why not just have one of their nations like the other kings did before? Cyrus, the king of Persia, Darius, the king of Persia, the Medes and all that. They would take one of our people, make them ruler over that place, and just use them as a puppet government. You do what we say, right? But at this time, the Romans took this Idumean man and said, okay, you're going to rule over Judea, over these people. Why? Because they hired their own. You understand? He's white. We're going to put him over there, and he'll rule them like we rule it. You see that? So it's showing you that those people were one and the same, just different tribes. See that? Just like we read earlier, they became 8 different tribes. Those tribes eventually stopped knowing each other, but they knew, okay, you white like us, so we must be family.
So we basically like in the time frame now with like Isaac after Esau started crying and he asked for wisdom. So this the dominion that he was talking about that where he would later come to the dominion.
What do you ask for the wisdom? What you mean?
No, remember when Jacob had already got the blessing from Isaac.
Oh, right, when he asked for his
he was
blessing.
crying like, you still got a blessing for me, you got something for me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then he went over there and gave him a little something. He told him about the
I mean, I can show you that one directly, as a matter of fact. That specific blessing, I can show you played out in no other nation but the white man. Yeah, you heard of the Khazar Empire?
Yeah, they're the ones who acting like us right now.
There you go. What color are they?
Red.
Huh? There you go. Right now, watch this. Let's get the blessing in Genesis 27. Let's get Esau's blessing, and then let me see if I got it. I hope I didn't leave it again. It should be here.
Start at 40.
That's exactly where we're going. 27 verse 40. There we go. All right, this is the 13th Trap by Arthur Kessler. This ain't even the one where 50 the 50 pages are still included. There's 50 pages even taken out of this that go more in depth. That High Priest Yeshaya has that version. But this is page 89. Now I want you to read the blessing of Esau in Genesis chapter 27 verse 40.
Come. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother.
Right? So that's his blessing, right? By thy sword thou shalt live. Now check this out. This is about 1,200 years, more than 1,200 years, because you got about, you dealing with about 2,000 years before Christ when that was said, right? Okay, so you take 2,000, then you add another 1,200 to get you to the time of the Khazars. So that's 3,200 years, right? At least. 3,200 years later, check out the blessing that a father gives to his son in the Khazar Empire. When a child is born to them, they place a drawn sword in front of him, and his father says, I want you to read that again.
And by thy sword shalt thou live.
I have neither gold nor silver nor wealth which I can bequeath to thee. This is thine inheritance. The sword that he put in front of her. With it, secure prosperity for thyself. You see that?
That's the only way to go take it.
They're keeping that in their spirit.
Right.
You understand? So this is, like I said, these books are by their own admission. When we read from these different books about the Edomites, we got another one called Who is Esau / Edom, right? Huh? That's in that other bag. And that shows you about their conversion way back at the time of John Hyrcanus in 325 BC. Right, that we just read about, and then it shows you how they went on to call themselves the Jews of the world. See that? But this book shows you that the Jews of the world are not real Jews, and this is by them, their own people. You see that? This ain't something like Rudolph R. Windsor wrote, and we can say, okay, yeah, this is just a black man trying to steal their identity. This is their own people. You got another cat named Shlomo Sands that tells you they're not the real Jews. You know what I mean? But this is that book, Who is Esau / Edom, right? So it's asking the same question. This is by Charles A. Weissman, all right? So this is another one of their own people. This one is, let's see. There's so many things to quote out of here. See, John Hyrcanus conquered the whole of Edom and undertook the forced conversion of its inhabitants to Judaism. And this is in the book, this is an excerpt from the book Josephus, the Jewish historian. All right. It says, thenceforth the Edomites became a section of the Jewish people. See that? There it goes. Julius Caesar made Antipater an Edomite procurator of Judea in 47 BC. When Antipater was killed 4 years later, his son Herod gained power but was rejected by the Judites. See that? So it shows you the people that ruled over us, they weren't our people at the time of Christ. Alright? They were Edomians, Edomites. We're supposed to, but remember this. But see why?
And remember, Esau stood in the way, and he actually, that's why the Most High on him, because he helped us go into slavery.
Yeah.
But he didn't say we went into slavery under him.
Right, because see, here's the thing. At that time, we knew who they were. Up until the time of again, like we just read, it says, this is back in Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary. It says, thus the rather mournful career of the Edomites came to an end. Actually, you know what? I'm going to read up a little bit. From Idumea came Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. He became procurator of Judah. After the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans in 70 AD, the Idumeans disappeared from history. You see that? So they weren't known as the Idumeans no more. They weren't known as the people we knew by even history, by even historians. They were known as what now? The Greeks, the Romans, the Europeans, right? They had taken on that name. We're the people of Europa, right? So they decided to call themselves the Europeans. When you go through this book, the 13th tribe, they went and took over the people of Russia, which were originally black, and they took over the Rus, and they became the Russians. They took over the Magyars, and they became them. They took over the Gauls, and they became them. You understand? So they took over all these different nations and became those nations, including the Ashkenazi. And here it tells you about how Chief Joseph, he was a chief over the Khazar tribes, and he claimed to be of Ashkenazi descent, but it was just a claim. He didn't actually come from the Ashkenazis, which are children of Japhet. So you got a lot of our brothers and sisters saying, oh yeah, they're Ashkenazi Jews. No, the hell they're not. They just claimed that. Among claiming they were Jews, among claiming they were the Arabs, among claiming they were everybody else. You see that? So by the time you get to who they are today, they have a worse confusion of faces than we did. Remember, we forgot who we were. True? Daniel's 7-9, right? Let's get that. 9 and 7, I think it is.
Daniel's chapter.
It's 9 and 7.
Daniel's chapter 9 and verse 7. Confusion phase. Daniel's chapter 9, verse 7. O Lord, righteousness belongeth unto thee, but unto us confusion of faces.
See that? So at a certain point, we forgot who we were. That's why somebody had to tell you, hey, Negro, you are of the tribe of Judah. Right? Did they not? Yermot? Did somebody not have to tell you that you were an Israelite? Or did you grow up knowing you was an Israelite?
I didn't grow up knowing it.
Right. Somebody had to tell you because you forgot who you were. See that? That was this curse being played out. Unto us belong confusion of faces. Go ahead.
As at this day.
As at this day. Go ahead.
To the men of Judah and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and unto all Israel that are near and that are far off through all the countries whither thou hast driven them.
See, he said the ones that are near and the ones that were far off. When they say far, they're not just giving you, you should exaggerate that to the highest point. When he says far, he's not saying like down the street. He knows that in 722 BC, we was on this side of the planet. You understand? Okay. And what were we calling ourselves then? Hebrews? No. Mayas, Incas, Toltecs, Aztecs, right? Which Aztec is even a Hebrew word. You understand? Okay. I forgot what it meant, but I just seen it the other day. Somebody had broken it down, but it was Az-Taka, and it's a Hebrew word. You see what I'm saying? We had called ourselves by these different names. So by the time the so-called Negroes in 70 AD and beyond, like after the destruction of Jerusalem, you end up at 1620, the official start of the transatlantic slave trade, right? When we came over to this side, we thought we was two different people. We came over to see our own Israelite people on this side of the planet, and we was calling them Indians just like the white man was calling them, right? We didn't know who we were. You see that? No, when you read about the Seminole Indians, right? Or when you read about the runaway slaves, they would run to the Seminole Indian tribes. Because for one, they were the same color. Two, it said they shared the same language and the same customs. So we over here calling ourselves being called nigger, right? We running over to these Indians and find out they speak the same language we did. Share the same customs we do.
They made a couple moves about that, like when the white man was chasing the black man.
Yeah.
He went to the Indian and talked to him, and then they came together and followed him.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing is, why did we share the same language and same custom? Because we were all Hebrews. But at the time, we thought of them as Seminole Indians. We thought of them as Indians, savages, right? Because that's what the white man put in our brain. See that? Then eventually the white man came and persuaded them that we were the savages and to put us in slavery. So the Seminoles started putting their own people in slavery. Now, at first they was making us chiefs and letting us marry their daughters. Making us chiefs of the tribes. Then they got convinced by Andrew Jackson and his people, they started putting us in slavery. You see that? We forgot who we were. Much less who the white man was, especially since he changed his name from Edom, right? Way back at the time of John Hyrcanus, they had changed their name from Edom and Idumea to Greeks and Romans, French, Germans. You understand? That's what they were known as. So by the time we got there, us and our fathers had not known them. You understand? When you get to Revelations, don't you know that the brother don't even know who Israelites are? Did you know that?
You get to what book?
When you get to the book of Esdras and when you get to the book of Revelations, the prophets of Israel don't even know who the Israelites are. That's how confused our faces got. Oh, check it out. Let's go to 2nd Ezra chapter 13. See, we get meaty in here today, man.
2nd Ezra chapter 13.
Now check this out. We're gonna start at verse 32. Start at verse 32.
2nd Ezra chapter 13 and verse 32. And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the sign shall happen which I showed thee before. And then shall my son be declared, whom thou sawest as a man ascending.
So when they tell you Christ ain't in the Old Testament, they messing up. Well, go ahead.
Verse 33. And when all the people hear his voice, every man shall in their own land leave the battle they have won against another.
See that? So they're going to stop fighting against each other because they're going to see Christ. And he's going to be in his ascended form, his spirit form, which is going to be higher than the angels. You understand? That means if you seeing angels as 216 feet tall, Christ will be taller than them when he comes. So everybody going to leave off of their battle like, who the hell is this nigga? You understand? Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 34. And an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together, as thou sawest them.
As thou sawest them. Go ahead.
Willing to come and to overcome him by fighting.
So all the nations are going to try to fight against him. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 35. But he shall stand upon the top of the Mount Sion, and Sion shall come and shall be showed to all men, being prepared and built like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands.
Go ahead.
And this my son shall rebuke the wicked inventions of those nations, which for their wicked life are fallen into the tempest, and shall lay before them their evil thoughts, and the torments wherewith they shall begin to be tormented, which are like unto a flame, and he shall destroy them without labor by the law which is unto fire.
Which is like unto fire, right? Now check this out. In verse 12, all right? When you read from verse 1 to verse 12, he's giving it to him as a vision. He's giving it to Ezra as a vision. And it said, afterward I saw the same man come down from the mountain and call unto him another peaceable multitude. You understand? This peaceable multitude is Israelites that he's calling to himself, right? Now you're going to get the explanation of the peaceable multitude, because Ezra don't know who the peaceable multitude is. You understand? Now read that. Verse 39.
Verse 39. And whereas thou sawest that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto him, those are the 10 tribes.
Well, why would he have to explain that those are the 10 tribes? See that?
I wonder what other two live at.
Well, that's coming when you read in the Revelations. We'll go there too. Neither one of these prophets knew who the Israelites were. You understand? That's why he had to explain to him, yeah, this peaceable multitude, they Israelites. Well, those ain't the niggas I knew. All the Israelites I knew was black. Who these Mexican looking dudes, and these Spaniard looking dudes, and these light skinned brothers, and these, you know what I mean? Brothers with dreadlocks and all this stuff like that. Who are these people? Oh, that's Israel. That's how they look now in the end time. See that? That's why he said those are the 10 tribes. Go ahead.
Which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king.
And as you know, that's when the division of Israel was, right? When you had the 9.5 tribes, which he's calling 10 tribes, which was Simeon down to Issachar and half the tribe of Levi. There you go. And then they fled from the Assyrians by boat around the southern tip of Africa and into the southern Americas 722 years before Christ. You see that? So they had been over here, and this Hebrew man didn't know who these other Hebrews were. When he saw them at the end times, he was like, who are these people? Oh, the peaceable multitude, those are the 10 tribes. Oh, damn, you mean the ones that split from 933 BC? Yeah, that's them. That's what they look like now in the end time. See that? Because see, at that time, sisters were rolling around looking more like Mary, right? Right? At Ezra's time.
Con.
That's Sister Mary back there, right?
Con.
But in the end time, they're going to be rolling around looking more like her. A few shades lighter.
Con.
See what I'm saying? Who are those people? Ain't that Edomites? Ain't that the white man? No. That Mariah Carey looking nigga right there, that's Judah. That Tiger Woods looking nigga right there, that's Judah. You know what I mean? That Chinese looking dude over there, that's Judah. That's Israel. You understand? He's having to explain that to the prophet. And it's going to happen again, right? Let's go to Revelations. Let's see. Got so many books open up here, I don't know which one to grab.
can just give us a second, we're actually just trying to look up a scripture right now.
Talking about when it was like, who is these people dressed in white, the multitude in white?
That might be it.
And like they was in heaven, yeah, they was in heaven. It was, and I guess the angels was talking like, who are they? Who are they? Like is that one?
Yeah, yeah.
Huh? I mean, I see two other ones.
Where's the one you're talking about?
The one I'm talking about is right here in 21. Oh, I lost it. Dang.
Yeah, it's in 21. I forgot.
I'm trying to. I just lost it. Wait.
Damn. Dang, man. We gotta find that for you, man. We gotta find that for you. It's like burning in my brain. It keeps popping in exactly as it was, and then it goes away.
I'm trying to find it. Oh, here you go. 7 and 13. Let me see.
I'm sure. We just did that.
Wait, it was the Revelation.
We just looked for that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that is it.
That is
We
it.
didn't get that far.
Is it? And because it goes down.
We didn't read that far. Yeah.
Okay.
I knew it was this, I was like, I had it at 7, but I stopped at like 11.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you get to 7 verse 13 in Revelations, and he's talking to John the Revelator, Shalom, bro. Yeah. He says, it says, and one of the elders answered, saying unto me, what are these which are arrayed in white robes, and whence came they? So he's asking John the Revelator, who are these people in white robes, and where they come from, right? John the Revelator tells him, and I said unto him, Sir, you knowest. Basically, I don't know, you know, right? He said, and he said to me, these are they which came out of great tribulation, and have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore are they before the throne of the Most High, and serve him day and night in his temple, and he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sun light on them, nor any heat. For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and shall lead them unto living fountains of waters, and the Most High shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. So that's Israel, and this man don't even know. He's like, I don't know who these people are. Why? Because they don't look like they used to, because of the confusion of faces. You see that? That we read about in Daniel's 9. So when you get to the time of Esau, when he reasserted himself as the Ottoman Turk Empire, as the European Empire, as the Romans, the Greeks, and all these people, the Irish and all that, we didn't know who the hell they were. Because we didn't even know who we were. You understand? So by the time the Africans and Arabs were selling us into slavery, we didn't know the Africans and Arabs as Hamites and Ishmaelites. Because they had changed their names to Africans and Arabs. You understand? None of the tribes. Why do you think we got to show the tribes of the 18 nations now? Because we got to show you where these people come from. They all stem from 18 nations that were on the earth. You understand? We have to show that now because they done changed all their names. There ain't no more Gomer. There ain't no more Japheth. There ain't no more Tarshish. You understand? Now they're known as Spaniards. Now they're known as Italians. Now they're known as Romans, right? So we didn't know who these people were because we forgot who we were. It has nothing to do with the fact that we had never seen those people before. We seen them, but we didn't know them. We didn't know them as Edomites no more. You see that? So yeah, by the time they came back and took over, they were a nation that us and our fathers had not known. Our fathers knew them as Edomites. They got reintroduced to us as British. You understand? Our fathers knew them as speaking Hebrew, and we got reintroduced to them speaking English and Latin. We didn't know who they were. You understand? But that's why it goes on and gives you their other characteristics, just so you can pinpoint and be accurate that this is going to be a nation of fierce countenance that will not regard the face of the old or no show favor to the young, right? Well, what other nation is that, man? See what I'm saying?
They kind of run negative with Ishmaelites.
Huh?
Yeah.
But those people you know as the Ishmaelites are not Ishmaelites. You understand? Those people you call the Arabs today, those ain't the real Arabs. Those are the Ottoman Turk Empire. That's one of their branches over there. That's why they're hairy, they're red all over, right? And they live by the sword too. And they dwell in the fatness of the land, the oil. You understand? So a lot of brothers been saying, oh yeah, those are Esau over there. They're right. Those are Esau over there, dwelling off the fatness of the land, red and hairy all over, calling themselves Arabs. And they're Edomites that are over here, red and hairy all over, dwelling off the fatness of the land. They're everywhere just like we are. Everywhere you find those characteristics of Esau, those are Esau, right? Just like everywhere you find a black man, if they bear the characteristics of the children of Judah, that's an Israelite. You understand? So when you go over to India, you got the Dravidians, which are just dark-skinned Indians. And then you got these other people that's down there that's got the afros, and they don't believe in worshiping all the 365 gods of the Hindi people, right? They don't believe in that. They serve the one God of the Israelites. Why? Because those are Israelites that went over to India. At the time of Ezra, he kicked a bunch of Israelites out. You remember that? Yeah. We were scattered all over the place. Most High said it. He said, I'm going to scatter you all over the earth in Deuteronomy 28:64, right? I'm going to scatter you from the one end of the earth to the other. So how do we know who's an Israelite today? They bear the same characteristics, that same spirit. They living in the ghettos and the slums in the Philippines. Philippines. Yeah, there you go. The Philippines. I wanted to call it the Filipinos. Right. They call them negritos. Right. They live in the worst conditions under the curses of Deuteronomy 28. See that?
Genesis 49 and 10, he was telling us how to be identify each other.
Genesis 49, all the blessings. Right. You got Genesis 49. You got Genesis. You got Deuteronomy 33.
Like,
The characteristics.
what's gonna be on us in the last days? Like, he was telling us what we do.
Oh yeah, exactly. Genesis 49. You're right. He said Judah was going to be them who your brethren shall praise. Your hand will be in the neck of your enemies. Right. Wherever we are, we not the head. Right. Barack Obama was the closest we came to being the head, and he was up under who? The white man. 216 men in the electoral college. That's who really runs this earth or this nation. All right. So he was the neck right here, not the head. You understand? Judah, his hand was in the neck of his enemies. That's the prophecy. Wherever you go, that's about as high as we get. You understand? You got the samurai, right, in Japan. In order for a samurai to be truly brave, he must have a drop of black blood in him. Right? Samurais were servants to the emperor. The neck of the enemies, not the rulership. You understand? We always, in every place we went, we end up being in the neck, but not the head. You understand?
I always misinterpreted that scripture because I thought he was talking about like us fighting them because pretty much everywhere we be at, we do end up fighting them. So
That's true too, but that comes from Genesis 25 though, where he said that two nations are in your womb, right? And he said the elder was going to serve the younger. He said there was going to be two manner of people, right? And they were fighting in the womb. That characteristic stayed the same. Now everywhere you go, we can go to Indonesia and be cool with as black people over there, right? But go to any white nation, any European nation, you a nigga on sight. You understand? Even if you go to the ones where they love niggas, you still a nigga. You go to Germany and they want all black, all them little white girls want a black man, right? But you still a nigga. To their husbands, to their men, you a nigga. You understand? It don't matter where we go, we still at war with each other. In our spirit, we're at war with each other. It don't matter how accepting they are of all nations and how much they say, oh yeah, we gotta breed tolerance and love and respect for all nationalities. You come here to America, the great mixing pot, and they say, oh yeah, bring me you're tired, you're poor, and you're hungry, and we're going to beat them down and throw them in jail if they blacker than us. That's how that works, right? Because it's still in their spirit. Now check it out though. Do they do that with dark-skinned people like people from India? Nope. They be dark-skinned. They come over here, make money.
they know us. They know who we
Well, not even that. Like one time they body slammed this Indian dude, right? They got out the car, didn't ask him no questions. They thought he was just a nigga walking down the street. They body slammed him, paralyzed him, right? Then found out, oh, he's from India. Then the Indian consulate got involved and sued America for having this dude body slammed. They backed him up. America had to pay for that. When's the last time you heard about them paying for a nigga? Yep. What they do with us, Zechariah 5:11, they hold themselves not guilty. You see that? Yeah. They kill us, but they got out the car, killed Tamir Rice playing with a damn toy gun in the park, 12 years old. Held themselves not guilty. See that? So it don't matter how dark-skinned you are. If you an Israelite, you're going to be under them curses. If you're not an Israelite, it's going to be known. Oh, okay, you from India. You just look like you black. But you ain't under our curses. You see that? You had a nigga moment, but you ain't lived that life. You see that? So that's how we differentiate. How do we know who's Esau? I know those people because of the history I know of the Ottoman Turk Empire. I know those people over there in Saudi Arabia are not the real Arabs. They push them down into the ghettos and the slums too. They push those black people down into the ghettos and the slums too. You understand? They intermixed with them to where they light skinned and everything like that. And a lot of those are the rich and the prosperous are descendants of Esau. You understand? under the name of Ottoman Turks, but now under the name of Arabs. Because everywhere the Ottoman Turk Empire went, they claimed to be the people of that place. Like the Greeks were originally black. They were known as the tribe of Javan in the Bible, right? When the white man came, when the Khazars came down, they took it over and they became the Greeks. You see that? What's that?
I have a question concerning that. I know, based on history, Alexander the Great, so-called Greek,
Right.
his dad was Philip of Macedonia.
There you go.
Are they really Macedonians, or they did the same thing with them too?
They did the same thing with them too. They were known as of Macedonia. Macedonia was just a landmass. See that? Just like the people of Ireland. Ireland was what is it known as? Let's see. See why you need this book? Something like that. Oh yeah. You can read that.
This is Zechariah chapter 11, verse 5.
And I'm gonna get that for you. This excerpt out of this book here.
And con just means you're just saying okay, what you have.
Zechariah chapter 11, verse 5. Whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them say, Blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity them not.
See that? So that's showing you wherever we are throughout the world, they're able to do us wrong and hold themselves not guilty. That's one of our characteristics among Genesis 49, Deuteronomy chapter 33, just about every other scripture regarding Israel, right? Now here it says the black Hebrew Israelites, Jews, after a series of wars, went into different areas of Europe and was called Gauls, Celts, Cimbri, Germans. German is a Latin word for genuine, all right, meaning the genuine people. Ibers, the Gaelic name for Hebrews. Scots, Anglo-Saxons, which is the angel sons of Isaac. So even Anglo-Saxon wasn't applied to white people. That was us. You understand? The British, which means covenant man, which was us. We were the people of the covenant. And Irish, which is angry man. You see that? So all these places were named by us. They were places we scattered to, the Hebrews. You understand? But they pushed us off those lands when they came back as the Ottoman Turk Empire. And as they spread out, they became now the Irish. Right? So now when you think of Irish, you think of some white dude, pale as hell with red hair or something like that, drinking a bunch of beer. Right. It used to be a black man. You see that? When you think of English, you think of white people, right? But that was angel land, Angle land. That was our land first. See that? But in the 1400s, you get the Renaissance, which is the rebirth. Not our rebirth, not the rebirth of knowledge. We always had that. It was the rebirth of them as now these people. You understand? Now as Europeans as opposed to Idumeans. Alright? What's that, sis? This one is compiled by High Priest Yeshaya, and it's called More Amazing Facts About the Black Hebrew Israelites. Alright? And it shows you the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel, shows you who they are. Then it says the founders of Spain, France, Germany, Russia, England, Ireland, Scotland, the Vikings, China, Japan, and more. All right. So, and I didn't bring that green book, man, to show y'all that. But we were the founders of China. This book got the we were the founders of China, huh?
You order it?
It's $200. And he'll put it together for you and have it sent to you.
It's pictures, excerpts from books.
Yeah.
So it's like a whole collage of multiple books, multiple images that's been hidden, and a lot of good facts that we need.
Right. Like this, I have the book that they pulled a lot of these from. Like you got the Russian icons. They pulled this original image of Christ. That's what he used to be painted like, right? Then if you go in that book called The Russian Icons, in the second row back there on the left, you'll see this being repainted by a white man into a white Jesus. You understand? These right here, this comes from a book called The Catacombs. All right, I have that book. All right, and it shows you all these people, originally black: Peter, Gabriel the angel, Basil the Great, John Christensen. They show you all of them as painted originally black, but now you get them as white people. You see that? So there's many other books, and he just compiled them all into one book. The certain excerpts and things from one book, or into one book. All right.
And that's just volume 1, so there's 2 volumes to it.
Yeah. So when we say certain things, we don't just say it. You understand? There's schools that do that. We bring the books out to show you where we got this knowledge from. We keep the books in the shelves back there. You know what I mean? We grab that Nazis by Time Life. Because that's another one. You remember Hitler was a so-called Ashkenazi Jew, right? Yeah. He's back there showing you that those people that are calling themselves Jews are not the real Jews. You see that? So, we're going to say, okay, we're going to rule out Hitler because he's painted as the bad guy in history, right? But what about Shlomo Sands? What about Charles Weissman? What about Arthur Kessler? These are all people of that same people saying they're not the Jews, confessing they're not the Jews. See that? Along with the 90,000 YouTube videos of cats from there saying we're not the Jews. Right? What's that, sis?
Who's the author of that book?
This one? This is the 13th Tribe by Arthur Koestler. Alright? And the older you can get this book, the more pages you're going to get in it. This one's 50 pages light from the original. Alright? They actually tried to make this guy recant his statements and say that they were the real Jews. They tried to force him to do that and change his book. So there's 50 pages actually taken out of this, so that you got to put the pieces together and say, okay, these people just claimed to be Jews. All right?
That guy, didn't they kill him?
I think so. They either killed him or exiled. I forgot. Huh?
They said it was suicide.
Yeah, like they threw him off a building or something. That's what I heard.
Yeah. I forgot that they do that to so many people. I forgot. But here's Hitler showing you the Orientals are black. The what is this? The nigger, right? He shows them as black. So anybody with that Negro name on them, they black. The Vortician, I gotta figure out who this is. And then the Hamites, he shows them as black, right? Then he gets down to his people, and right next to it says bastard. Because they don't have no father or mother. They don't have no claim to fame. He didn't know that they were the people of Esau. You understand? But he did know that they weren't the children of Abraham, or they weren't the children of Israel. You understand that that's not their father. But they do have Abraham to their father, but they're not the chosen. You understand? But yeah, he's showing them right here. I'm going to read it. He says, let's see, in one segment of a Nazi instructional film, right, the genetic heritage of the Jew is purportedly traced to Oriental, Negro, Near Asian, and Hamitic people. Hence, the film concludes the Jew is a bastard. See that? Why? Because they don't have no lineage. All their lineage is stolen. See that? So by the time of Hitler, they was calling themselves by a nationality that they were not. All right. But yeah, but that's why, you know, that's part of why they painted Hitler out to be like the evil man of history, beside the fact that he didn't want to join the International Monetary Fund. Same reason they killed Muammar Gaddafi, same reason they killed Hugo Chavez down there in Venezuela, the same reason they kill everybody else. They don't want to sell their people into slavery. What's that?
Yeah, but they killed a lot of the Jews too, because they felt that they wanted to be the Jewish people. They wanted to be black. In the Holocaust, you know, remember that?
Yeah.
They killed so many Jews.
But he didn't kill the real Jews. He killed the fake ones.
He killed the fake.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he wasn't killing the real Jews. He was killing the people of his people, the pale ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, but yeah, so far as the real Jews, like they give you the Jesse Owens beating everybody in the Olympics, right? But I just read an article where the guy that took the picture of Hitler shaking hands with Jesse Owens, all the media buried it. See that? And he's shaking hands with him because he knows who they are. You see that? But all the media didn't feature that. They only showed Hitler as the bad guy because he had to be shown as the bad guy at the time. But Jesse Owens himself, he said they show more love for me here than they do for me in my own country. See that? So, who was the real racist? We went over there and tried to wipe Hitler out, but they was over here killing niggas by the millions over here. Hanging them off of trees and everything. At the same time, they was trying to kill Hitler for so-called killing 6 million Jews. Even though this book will tell you there was not 6 million Jews in all of Europe. Much less Germany. What's that?
I've seen some newspaper clippings in Germany where they were trying to push the 6 million.
Yeah.
6 million years before
Hitler was born.
Yeah. And then I heard they were trying to go to Ghana at one time. They were trying to do different weird stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they like diabolical.
Yeah.
Brain type.
Yeah, but see, Hitler, the real story behind Hitler was he had gold-backed money. He had gold in his nation. So his money was backed by gold. Now you're dealing with the time where in 1933, we had switched over from a gold-backed money system to a paper money system, which is fake money, because we had gave all our gold off to Britain. There ain't no gold in Fort Knox. See that? So we didn't have gold-backed money. The International Monetary Fund had collected the gold from every nation that became part of them, that owed money to them. All right? These bankers and stuff like that collected everybody's gold. But Hitler kept his gold for his country. You understand? And he didn't want to become part of the International Monetary Fund, so now all of a sudden he's a tyrant. All of a sudden he's trying to kill all the Jews. The Jews that are coincidentally the people of the International Monetary Fund. See that? Like that word Rothschild, right? It just means rose child, right? But it's their Jewish version of that name, Rothschild. See that? So these are certain names. All these names that you see, the Bilderbergs and the Rothschilds, the who's the other guys? The DuPonts. All these names are different Europeanized names of a Hebrew person or a so-called Hebrew person, fake Jews, right? Well, so what they did was let some of their own people get killed off by Hitler, you know what I mean, in his madness, and then try to blow it up to make it something it wasn't, so that he becomes this evil tyrant, and they have to take over Germany and subject them to democracy and everything like that, and make them now part of this International Monetary Fund, which means now Germany has no gold. Now that's all part of the International Monetary Fund. You see that?
Same thing with Libya, the way they did him.
Muammar Gaddafi.
He was trying to switch what they were trading oil with. Instead of using the dollar, he was going to use the gold and dinar.
He was already doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why he wouldn't change from what he was doing to what they wanted. So they killed him. You see that? You got a lot of more people they do that to. Like I said, Hugo Chavez was among 7 other leaders who mysteriously died of the same exact cancer at around the same exact time, because Venezuela's sitting on more oil than all of the Middle East. But he wouldn't give that over to America, so all of a sudden he catches this cancer. The 6 other rulers of Central and South America end up catching. That we're all giving the finger to America, saying we're not going to join that. You see that? But and then they try to paint him out as this big tyrant. Oh, Hugo Chavez is the devil and da. Well, why did 9 million of his countrymen show up at his funeral? Why was it when they did an aerial view of his funeral, you couldn't even see the street for how many people were there? What's that?
This company I was working for, they're based out of Venezuela. I know a lot of Venezuelan people that live there.
Yeah.
It's not like they saying. It's not like it. Like they got out of there now because they know they was like, man, it's crazy over there right now. They had to get out of there.
Yeah, because now what they do after they kill him off, then they put in a puppet government. Then they start bankrupting the place and saying, oh, we gotta save this place. They're starving. And then Americans can come in with food drops and be the hero, and then they want democracy all of a sudden, you know?
That's what's that bank? They started, you made it a national bank. What is it?
It's not Citibank.
It's Citibank.
Yeah.
They made it the national bank. Then they stole all their gold. Like, oh, we don't have any gold. We don't have your money no more.
Right.
Now all the people hungry. They showing on TV. They got stacks of $100 bills, like hamburgers.
It don't mean nothing.
It don't mean nothing.
Yeah, that's what they do. They replace you with a paper money system, give away all your gold, and then they say, well, we don't have it no more. Now you bankrupt. They did it here. All right, that's what the Great Depression was. They said, okay, we're gonna hold your gold, and then we're gonna give you paper money, and basically these are receipts. So when you give it to somebody, they can come bring this receipt and trade it for the gold, right? Well, then they cut that off because they realized, well, guess what? If all these people come and try to take their gold back right now, we're not gonna have nothing. So they held the gold and gave out paper. Well, they gave out they took in so much gold that they started lending it out. But then they started lending out more than they were getting in. So now all these people, around the time of the Great Depression and everything, they came back all at once trying to get their gold before everything shut down. Oh, well, we ain't got enough gold to give you all your money back. We done gave it back to Britain for the money we owe them. And we was waiting for the interest to accrue and then give it to you back little by little, not all at once. So you know what? We're bankrupt. You're screwed. Well, what are you going to do? You can either form an army and take over, which we were too complacent at that time to do, all right? Or you can just sit there and be screwed. You ain't got no options. You know what I mean? So you had all these broke people, crime rates went up. Mostly black people got thrown in jail, right? Then all this stuff started domino effect and destroyed our country. We all slaves now to the International Monetary Fund. See that? Hitler didn't want that for his people, so all of a sudden he became a terrorist. Muammar Gaddafi didn't want that for his people. All of a sudden he became a terrorist, right? Stalin, all these other people, all of a sudden they became these. They're trying to take over the world, right? Nah, they just didn't want to be part of your system. Right. They didn't want their people in slavery. What was that?
Would we be better off without the paper money and using gold?
Paper money is not money. As money is defined in the Black's Law Dictionary, money can only be defined as silver or gold. That's the only thing that counts as money. What you have now is paper.
Yeah.
You understand? As they define money, you're not having money. That's why all your dollars and stuff, it says a bill or it's a note, because it used to be an IOU. Now it's not even an IOU. You're just exchanging debts. You're just exchanging bills. Huh? Nah, see, it used to be you give that, it's legal tender, meaning you could take it, exchange it for gold. Now you can't. It's not even legal tender no more. They changed that. So now you get a bill. You get $1 bill, a $20 bill, a $100 bill, and it's an IOU. And so that's all. I mean, I went all the way into this stuff to find out what that was about, but it's monopoly money. It's fake. It has the value you put on it. That's why you can go to a store and the same outfit that was $100 next week is $50. Well, how'd that work? The garment didn't change. The amount of material in the garment didn't change, but now all of a sudden I'm paying less. Well, yeah, because this garment isn't as valuable to you as it was last week. Now it's last week's garment. You don't like it as much, and we ain't selling as much, so we selling it for half now. It's fake money. It's the value you put on it. If they come out with a brand new Ferrari and nobody buys it, guess what? That Ferrari won't cost as much as a Pinto in a month. Same parts, no design changes, same person's name on it, right? But it's gonna be as much as a damn Pinto. Why? Because nobody bought it. See that? It's all the economy is dependent on the value you put on it. Case in point, buy some Jordans. Buy some Jordans here and then go buy them in China or Korea where they're made. You get them for about $200, $250, $300 over here, and you go over there and they're $6. And they'd be the same Jordans, same symbol, no knockoff, right? But the value is different here than it is over there. Y'all see that? To them, it's just a pair of damn shoes, because they ain't playing basketball like that. To us, all of a sudden it makes you jump from the free throw line. Right? Right? But see, to us, they done played it up in our mind to where we think it has that value. Same damn pair of shoes, man. It's imaginary money. See that? But gold and silver actually has value. You understand? The materials you can make out of it end up with a type of property to them of transmitting electricity and energy and things like that. It's an actual value to it. That paper you passing around ain't nothing but cotton, man. What was that?
I was looking at some. Not only they using the money and the different signs and labels on basically Joys or Foot Locker and all of the different things, but they also using some type of hypnosis on people where they sitting there putting like they'll have a Coca-Cola commercial with the little bears and stuff, and then they giving it to the kids. They using this type of, I don't know if y'all read about it, but a type of frequency, a vibration in their voices to get you like, put you in a trance to like it, and that's also bumping up that value.
Well, all television is, remember, it's called media, mass media, right? Media comes from the Medes. The Medes were known for sorcery and magic and mind control. You understand? That's what they were into. All right? So when you're watching your media, when you're listening to your media, and all of a sudden you just ate a whole pizza and you watch a McDonald's commercial and you need a whole bucket of fries now. Right. Where'd that come from? They mind controlled you. You know what I mean? You instantly remember the taste, the smell, the feel, the everything, or the whole experience just on watching the damn commercial. Because then when you went and bought it that one time, that the chemicals they put in it controlled your mind to be addicted to it. So now when you see it, it's like crack. You see it, I gotta smoke it. Why? It's in your system. See that? We gotta get into the reading, but if y'all got questions, do this. Write them down, hold them for Monday. All right? Yeah. Because I just saw it's 12 o'clock now, so we need to get into this reading, and then I'm gonna have to dismiss these brothers for the business. But where are we starting the reading at?
We're going to start at Exodus chapter 21, verse 1.
All right, so Exodus chapter 21, verse 1. So yeah, during the reading, if you have questions on the reading, we'll take those. Otherwise, hold your questions till Monday, and we'll do another question and answer session.
And if anybody has a question, if y'all can use this microphone so that the viewers online can actually hear your question as well. That's what we have there right there. The water, thank you. This is Exodus chapter 21 and verse 1. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve. And in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing.
See that? So we did have what you call servitude, slavery, stuff like that, right? But there's laws outlining how we did it. All right? So he said if you got a Hebrew slave, say you got a brother that owed you money, right? And all of a sudden he became broke. He was a what do you call it? A person that had an orchard, right? And so he made his money off selling wine. And he borrowed some money from you. He borrowed $20,000 from you, right? And he usually can pay you that back, but he got a frost and it killed all his crop. So he didn't sell no wine that year. Well, now he serves you for that amount of money, that $20,000, until he can make it back, until either his land starts producing again, or until he served you in the amount of $20,000. Now, if he hadn't made that, say you hired him at $20 an hour, right? If he hadn't made that back in 6 years of serving you, in the 7th year, he went off free. It was counted as even. You understand? So whatever amount of servitude he gave you, that was called paid in full. All right. So now y'all even. He goes away free. It said he shall go out free for nothing. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 3. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself.
There you go.
But if he were married, then his wife shall go out with him.
See that? If he got married while he was under servitude with you, his wife went out with him. As opposed to the slavery of America, where they took us as slaves and sold our woman off to North Carolina and left us in Texas, right? Sold our kids off to some other place. No, if he came in by himself, he went out by himself. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 4. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself.
See that? So then if the master had provided him a wife, right, then that was his. You understand? And the children from that were his. Go ahead.
Verse 5. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free. Then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost. And his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever.
So right, they would have a certain shaped instrument that was a symbol of their tribe or their household, and they would strike him through the ear with that, and he would be marked as this person's property for life. All right, that was his. He decided, but that was his decision. Hey, you know what? Okay, if I leave, then my master keeps my wife and my kids. You know what? I don't mind serving this man. I don't mind being up under servitude with him. I don't care. It's cool if my kids are servants to him because he's a good man. See that? It's kind of like when you watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You have Jeffrey the butler. He could have left any time, but I like these people. See that? Alfred and Batman. You know what I mean? Alfred could have left any time, but he loved that man, so he stayed with him. Right? We did it the same way back then. It wasn't nothing negative about it. All right? Where they have it? You didn't just have me have it? Oh, okay. All right. Where we at?
Verse 7.
Go ahead.
And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant.
See, I'm bringing this up and clarifying because you got a lot of cats like Polite and say y'all was doing slavery before the white man. Y'all wicked as hell. You know what I mean? Talk because he likes to talk against the Hebrews a lot. Well, these are the exact guidelines of the servitude. These were the exact surroundings behind it. So it wasn't just like we just grabbed somebody up. You grabbed the brother next door and put him in involuntary servitude. You understand? No, this was a life debt or something like that they had to pay back to you, and they did not mind doing it this way. You understand? All right. And these laws had to be followed. You couldn't just do your slaves any old way or your servants any old way. See that? What's that?
Is it going to be like this in the kingdom?
Yeah.
These same rules?
Yep. Now, again, it won't be none of our people that's going to be the servants, though. You understand? Actually, you know what? The ones that aren't the ones that are outside the elect and their families, they'll be servants too. Because that's what the position they chose. They didn't want to follow. Remember, 2/3 of Israel is going to be killed off because they won't follow. All right? That other 1/3 is going to be the chosen, and then you're going to have the elect above them. Well, when those 2/3 reincarnate and come back, they're going to be servants. They're going to be the lowest of the Hebrews. You understand? Go ahead.
Verse 8. If she please not her master, who hath betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power.
So you couldn't just sell them off to the Ishmaelites or the Arabs or whatever. You couldn't just sell a maidservant or a manservant off to any other nation if they were Hebrews. All right. So it said, if his master give, and if the servant shall plainly say, okay, then his master shall bring him into, okay, verse 7, and if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant. So sometimes in order to pay a debt you owe to another brother, you could sell your daughter over to have her serve him. All right? But as long, because this is a Hebrew Israelite woman, all right? So she's paying that debt and working for him. Say most of the time this was in the case that you were too old to work. You were too invaluable anymore. You weren't valuable as a servant or anything. Okay, well, I'm going to have my daughter work for you. All right? She's going to do that out of love for me. You see that? To pay back the debt I owe you. Right? But it says, she shall not go out as the men servants do. So she didn't get to hang around the men servants. That's another man's daughter. You had her protected. You didn't breed her like the white man did with us. You understand? It said if she please not her master, who has betrothed her to himself, right? So say he was like, you know what, I want to marry her. The master, say he wanted to marry her. But if she didn't please her master, it said then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her, see that? That means he can give her back to her father and the debt is paid. Because you know what? Yeah, I laid with her, but this chick don't know how to do certain things and she ain't pleasing me as a wife. Or she did this or did that. Take her back. Debt's paid in full. Alright? Because you just took her dowry. You took her virginity, which was worth a dowry of 30 shekels of silver, which is about $13,000 to $17,000 nowadays. All right. So because you humbled her, you're giving her back and saying the debt is paid. All right. So it's still like taking a loss. It's like, okay, you owe me $20,000. I slept with your daughter. That's $13,000. But we're even. You see what I'm saying? So if you gave her back, you didn't have, but it said you have no power to sell her to no other nation. You couldn't go sell her off to somebody else or nothing like that. No, that's you. All right. Go ahead.
Seeing he had dealt deceitfully with her.
Right. Because you basically said, you know what? Yeah, she's going to be my servant. But then you slept with her. See what I'm saying? Yeah, you said you was going to marry her. Then you decided, oh, I'm not pleased with her. Well, that's you. It goes right along with the laws of marriage. If you grab hold of a woman and lie with her, that's your woman. You shall surely endow her to be your wife. Now, if you decide you don't want her to be your wife, you're not pleased with her, but she didn't commit adultery and she didn't commit fornication, well, then you got to give her father 50 shekels of silver. See that? Okay, well, if he owed you 100 shekels of silver and you slept with his daughter and then you decide you're going to divorce her, guess what? Debt's paid. You took a 50 shekel silver loss. You see that? So this is how it ties together. It's not like some, that's not right. That's wicked. No, this was fair. You understand? What's that?
I was talking about when you say you take a woman and lie with her, that's you gotta pay the price, but that's when they're a virgin, right?
Yeah. You didn't have to pay a dowry for a woman that was already broken in. You know what I mean? Because and really you weren't supposed to deal with no woman that wasn't a virgin, but it happened. You understand? And so there was laws for those instances also. All right, but really you weren't obligated to pay for that woman because there was no token of virginity. So if you couldn't show the bloody sheets, then I ain't gotta pay you. You know what I mean? You could say she was an adulteress. You know what I mean? And that's how wicked Israel started to get. They started using the technicalities and started finding loopholes. You know what I mean? And pretty much all of it is covered, but it was supposed to teach you righteousness. I'm not going to lay with this man's daughter because he's using her to pay a debt. So I'm not going to lay with his daughter. And, you know what I mean? Because this is my fellow Israelite brother. And that's like, sleeping with my family member's daughter. You know what I mean? That's messed up. You know what I mean? But we started getting so wicked with it that we actually were like, shoot, I'll just take the loss. Let me get that. Like, dude, that ain't why she was in your house. See what I'm saying? That's why the Most High put that law that if you took hold on her and lay with her, because she was your servant or whatever, right? That wasn't rape. It was you took hold on her and lay with her like she was property. She was a servant. Okay, cool. You shall surely endow her to be your wife. See that? So the law covers itself. All right, before cats start taking excerpts from it and saying how wicked it was, no, you got to put precept upon precept. See that? Where you at? Verse 9?
Yeah, this is Exodus chapter 29 and verse 9. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters.
See that? So now she's no longer a servant. You married her off to your son. You say, hey, yeah, I took your daughter as a servant man for you to pay the debt, but my son loves her. So they want to get married. Okay, well now she's a daughter. Now you deal with that as if, hey, okay, our debt's paid in full because my son don't owe you no dowry because you owe me money and she was here to pay that. We're even. You still taking the loss, right? But your son now has a wife and she got a husband and now she's no longer a servant. See that? Everybody's free and clear now. You see how that balances out?
It's righteous.
Right. It's a righteous servitude. See that? Go ahead.
Verse 10. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish.
See, and this is where these sisters from that certain camp decide they're going to take that out, just that part, as opposed to showing that this was about the laws of servitude. And they try to show you, see, if he do get more than one wife, he got to provide for both of them. Nah, that's not what that means. It means if he took a servant, right, as a wife, let's talk about context, right? If he took a servant as a wife, right, because now he done brought her into the family, she was a servant, she was broke. And now you giving her clothes and things like that because she's your wife now. Okay, well, when you go get another wife, you can't stop providing for her because she was broke. You understand? That don't have nothing to do with what these sisters be trying to use it for online. All right, online you see a lot of these sisters talking about, see, if he do believe in that more than one wife stuff, he better make sure you got a house and a car and clothes, and he better have a house and a car and clothes, and she, the other wife, he better make sure she got it too. That ain't even on that topic. You understand? Because when it tells you in Isaiah 4:1, 7 women was going to take hold of one man, right? They said they was going to provide their own food and their own apparel. You understand? Just to be called by your name, because that's how marriage worked back in the day. You had already paid for that woman. You gave her dowry price. So I don't gotta pay your dowry price and make sure you make your own. You got clothes and all that. You gotta pull your weight now. See that? And then there's laws concerning that. You didn't pay the dowry unless the woman was a virgin. See that? So these women try to flip all these laws and take them out of context. They in context for a reason. You understand? Nobody didn't have to pay for you if you wasn't no virgin. So in America today, and you come and you don't had 5 men before me, and you gonna come talking about where's my dowry at? Where your virginity at? Where your hymen at? You understand? That's how it's supposed to work. All right, let's not take the law out of context. Oh, you gotta provide for me. Yes, I provide for you spiritually. Proverbs 31 says you make your own damn clothes. You make the food. You even provide for the servants. You see that? So, like I said, they want to take these certain laws out of context. So that's why we're doing these readings. So now you get to see the laws in their proper context. Right. You get to see the scriptures that people twist in their proper context. All right? Because when you deal with law, it's contextual. You understand? That means it has to have to do with that subject. You can't just take it and use it for your own benefit. Y'all see that? All right. Now that's just for the women, that's using that wickedly. We have scriptures the men use wickedly, and we're going to go through those too. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money.
See that? If you don't provide for her no more, if you decide she's cut off because you got this other bad woman of status and everything, and she got her own, well, that woman you took that used to be a servant that was broke as hell, and her father had to sell her into slavery. You understand? Well, you got to let her go out free now. See that? If you decide you don't want to provide for her no more, well, you can't just cut off her lifeline. No, now you got to let her go back to her kindred. You know what I mean? And you got to take that loss from the money that was owed, right? You got to take all that, and you minus a wife. You see that? So now you minus a helpmate. See? All right, so these are things that if everything balanced out, you had to decide, okay, is this other woman so bad that I want to give up this woman? Or am I going to keep providing for her as I have been and be with this woman? Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 12. He that smiteth a man so that he die shall be surely put to death.
Mm-hmm.
And if a man lie not in wait, but God deliver him into his hands, then I will appoint thee a place whether he shall flee.
Right. That's talking about, okay, if you killed a man, right? Where it said, he that smiteth the man so that he die shall be surely put to death, right? That's talking about you waited for a cat and you bust him over the head for his shoes, right? Or you know, that premeditated murder they call it now, right? But if in this second instance in verse 13, and if a man lie not in wait, this was accidental. You didn't want to kill him. You didn't want to. It wasn't no like plotting and planning. Y'all was in the. They show another instance, but y'all was in the woods working, and the axe handle flew off, and it hit the brother in the head. You didn't have no animosity toward him. It was an accident, right? Or he came, pushed and shoved you, and you tried to block him or something like that. He fell, tripped, bust his head open. You didn't kill him.
Right.
You understand? But he died. Okay, well, you have a place you could flee to, so that a person that like one of his family members be like, you killed my cousin, right? Well, I'm in this city, so I'm safe.
Right.
You can't kill me here. See that? But you had to stay there. Okay, it was an accident, but you got to stay over here because that nigga's gonna kill you. You understand? He's hot right now. See that? So that's where you get tag, the game tag, right? And then you run somewhere you on base. Alright? Yeah, that's what this city was. It was a place where you could flee for safety. Alright? Go ahead.
Verse 14. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from my altar that he may die.
Right, so if he come and he want to kill this brother, he came, I'm going to kill you tomorrow, right? And then he came to actually do it. Okay, if he killed that brother, then he gets put to death. All right, go ahead.
Verse 15. And he that smiteth his father or his mother shall be surely put to death.
There you go. All right, ain't no Jerry Springer episode, ain't no none of that. You die. Go ahead.
And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
That's slavery. You stole a man and you sold him. That's slavery. That's American slavery. You understand? They stole us from our lands and they sold us. We didn't owe them nothing, but they took us as slaves. You understand? That man shall surely be put to death. That's why Revelation 13:10 says, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Why? Because this right here. You steal a man, you sell him, you must be put to death. I told a cop that, it froze him solid. He was driving me off to the station. He was like, you trying to, I know a lot of people to be trying to use that Bible. I said, okay. I said, you know the Bible? I said, did you know your laws? Justinian the first, he made his Justinian code from the laws of the Bible. He said, yeah. I said, did you know the Bible says, and I quoted this scripture to him, he that stealeth the man and selleth him, which is what you're about to do, he shall surely be put to death. He froze up. Because he was like, yeah, I used to teach the word and I know the Bible and everything like that. I said, did you know this? He's like, oh, well, I know a lot of people be trying to use that Bible to get out of handcuffs. I was like, okay, well, you still accountable. You see that? But that's what you're getting today. All right, when they clap you up in them handcuffs and they try to take you to the court, they money exchange. You understand? They money exchange for your life. That's a death-worthy offense. All right, that's why the Most High is not going to have no pity on America. And these cops, you know, they be like, pray for our troops, pray for the cops. They breaking the law of God. Why the hell would I pray for them? They know this law and they do it anyway. I ain't praying for that. Go ahead.
Verse 17. And if he that curseth his father or his mother shall surely be put to death.
There you go. You tell your like F you, damn you, whatever. You were put to death on the spot. You didn't care if you was 8 years old. They took you out and stoned you. You understand? You had respect for your father and your mother. Go ahead.
Verse 18. And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit.
So they're even, basically. All right. If he's able to get back up and walk again, you're okay. All right, because y'all were fighting each other. All right. Go ahead.
Only he shall pay for the loss of his time.
Right. So you paid for that time. Don't we do that here? Right. You pay for the loss of the wages. Right. There you go. Go ahead.
And shall cause him to be thoroughly healed.
Right. And you're supposed to pay for his medical bills. All right. They do that now. Where they get it from? There you go. Go ahead.
Verse 20. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished.
See, it made a difference. That was your servant. All right, you beat him for whatever reason. He broke your favorite vase, passed down through generations or whatever, and you hit him over the head or you beat him for it, but he died from it. Well, you was gonna get punished. You understand? You wasn't gonna be put to death, but you were gonna get punished, and it gives you the outline of that punishment later on too. Go ahead.
Verse 21. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money.
Right. That's your property basically, because he owed you or whatever reason put him in servitude to you. That was your property anyway, so there ain't no punishment. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 22. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall be surely punished.
Right. So if y'all fighting and the dude's wife come in and something like that, and you accidentally knocked into her and she lost the baby, you was gonna get punished. It wasn't you getting put to death. No, we were fighting. We had an issue and we didn't know she was there. It was an accident. You understand? But you still getting punished. Go ahead.
According as the woman's husband will lay upon him.
What's that?
The part where it says, "Yet no mischief follow."
Right.
Meaning you killed my baby and my wife. The mischief will mean be doing something to that person, right?
It's like if I came to my house, in your house, intent to kill you, right?
Right.
And your woman come in and I kill her,
Right.
on purpose, right?
Right.
And I mean to kill you and your whole family. Like I come in to just slaughter everybody, right?
Right.
Okay, then I'm gonna be put to death for that, right? Because for one, I killed you. Two, there was mischief involved. I wanted to actually kill them. But we fight, say we got in a fight or something like that, and your woman come in and I rear back to punch you, knock her out, she fall back and land on her belly and lose the baby. Oh man, I didn't mean for that to happen. You know what I mean? What do you need for me to? That's why he said later on. He said, he shall be punished according as the woman's husband will lay upon him. See that? If the man's like, listen, man, because after that you cool down and everything, and it's like your senses come back. You're like, man, I don't know why we was fighting anyway. You know what I mean, or something like that. Well, then what do you need for me to make this right? Okay, well, you gonna do this or you gonna do that, right? Or you gonna pay this out or whatever, right? Or you know what? You gonna be put to death. Let's go before the priest. Okay, well, that's it. You know what I mean? But that's as cooler heads prevailed, right? But if they come in and there's mischief, like he actually cared, he knew she was there, and you know what? Yeah, I'm killing her too. You always see that in the movies where they want the whole family dead, right? Okay, well that's going to be paid back according to how the husband determines too. So if he's still so heated he wants you put to death, then you getting put to death. You see that? If he's like, listen, you got to pay for her and my baby and everything like that according to the number of the money of a servant or whatever, or the money of a woman, 30,000 shekels to 50,000 shekels, then you paying that. You understand? If that's what he wants to ease his grief. All right? So he determines that, and the priest determine if that's reasonable or not, according to law. All right? Go ahead.
According as the woman's husband will lay upon him.
There. Right? See, now it has that semicolon, right? So it's determined by what the husband lays on him, And he shall pay as the judges determine. See that? So it has to be reasonable to the judges. You can't be like, yeah, my woman was worth $2 million. You know what I mean? And they're like, no, the law says that this life, was worth 30 to 50,000 shekels. You know what I mean? And you're gonna pay for the child, which is gonna be another 30 to 50,000 shekels. See that? So that's what you're gonna pay, and that's gonna make it right between y'all. See that? But if they determined that there was mischief, well, you meant to come in and kill the whole family. You know what I mean? You didn't care she was in the room. Y'all could have stopped it. Hey, let's take this outside. You know what I mean? But you didn't care she was in the room. Y'all kept fighting. Y'all killed the baby, killed hers, kept fighting. You going life for life. See that? Go ahead.
Verse 23. If any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life.
See? Go ahead.
Verse 24. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot.
Now you see the circumstances of eye for an eye?
I never knew that.
You see the context, how people take things out of context? Oh, you hit me, I hit you back. It's eye for an eye. That was servants, man. That was a situation of fighting or whatever, right? That you had to repay that. It wasn't you hit me, I automatically have to hit you back. So when Christ said, listen, if your brother smites you on your right cheek, turn to him the other also. That was to show you, listen, instead of turning it into a fight where you possibly kill each other or kill a woman and her baby, right? As we're reading in this law, that could happen, right? Instead of it turning into that, give him your other cheek also. Look, man, if it's that bad, go ahead and hit me again, bro. You know what I mean? And that's letting cooler heads prevail and say, you know what, man, you my brother. I see you, my brother, because you, instead of hitting me back, you're ready to let me hit you again to get it off my chest. You see that? That's how you gain your brother. Y'all see that? And that was only between, when Christ said it, that was only between Israelites. That wasn't if some white man come in and want to kill your whole family, he punch you in the face. Oh, well, here you go again. No, because he going to bend you over and rape you after that. You understand? That's what the innate spirit. You don't just give up there to everybody. That was if your brother does that. I got two of them. Go ahead.
So, for Edomite, it's the same example. Somebody of another nation do that, I go ahead and bang them up.
There you go. All right. Well, what Malcolm X said, they put your hand on you, make sure they don't put their hand on nobody else. All right? Because that's your enemy. You understand? When he even said, love your enemies, he was talking about those of Israel. This is your brother, he got in a fight with you, he's an enemy of yours at the time. Forgive them. Let that go. That's your brother. But when did he tell David, yeah, forgive them Edomites? When did he tell him, forgive that Philistine, the giant one that been talking mess for a month? Right? Joshua, forgive the Amalekites. He said, go destroy them. Kill them, their babies, their cattle, everything. You understand? That's how we dealt with our enemies. Now the scriptures say we were sold to your enemies. So no, you don't turn the other cheek for those enemies. You understand? Those are enemies of Israel, to clarify. Both to clarify the law and to clarify Christ. Alright? Who gave the law, by the way. Go ahead.
This verse 24, is that how boxing began? Because back in the day I was reading a few days ago that they hit and then the next person hit.
If they perverted that scripture, yeah. We didn't just fight for sport. We fought for our lives and for our nation. You understand? Because the scripture told us, lay hands suddenly on no man. Because all of us were warriors. Imagine you go up to David like, ha, nigga, you know what I mean? You just push him. And his automatic reflexes to kill 10,000 men with his bare hands. And you thought it was funny smacking him in the back of his head like niggas do now. Right? Yeah. He just kill you and everybody around you on instinct. Right, or Abraham, or even Samuel. You know what I mean? Samuel's a priest. I mean, what are you going to lay hands on him anyway for? To joke or anything. He's holy. Don't touch him. You see that? But Samuel's cutting cats into pieces, and he's a priest. Lay hands suddenly on no man. We didn't box, because that was, we were able to bend bows of steel with our bare hands, man. We built the pyramids. You wasn't just boxing with somebody. You might knock his head clean off. It wasn't a sport. You understand? Abraham and 318 men destroyed 4 nations, 4 armies of nations. You understand? You didn't just lay hands on him. You didn't just box with Abraham.
Abraham was coming to see you.
Right. Look at what Simeon and Levi did, man. They had them dudes get circumcised. They went and slaughtered everyone in the place, in the whole city. Yeah, it wasn't a game. That's what the Greeks and Romans did because they didn't have the power to knock a man's head clean off. When you read the certain stories about Judah, the man Judah, he took a boar and threw him from one city to another. I'll tell you. You understand? When you read in the Josephus about the power just Moses had, Moses came in and was talking, the man Judah, when they were begging for their little brother, he came in and he was just talking and was shaking the walls and the pillars in the temple of Pharaoh. You understand? So these ain't men you just boxed with. Yeah. You see that? But yeah, that boxing might have came from a perversion of that scripture, but it definitely wasn't part of our culture. Alright? Where we at?
This is verse 25. Exodus chapter 21 and verse 25.
Where's he reading to? That was it? Okay. So next reader is going to start at verse 26 and then through 22 verse 14. So go ahead. Yeah. We got time.
Oh.
That's you, right?
Oh, no. Yeah, he had one more verse.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe.
Right, so that's where all that came from. If you knocked the dude's eye out, you had to pay that back. You had to pay the price of his eye back. Or you either got your eye put out. Alright? That's what the priest determined. They said, oh, you knocked his eye out? Okay, put his eye out. You knocked a tooth out? Knock his tooth out. Alright? So you restored that for what you did. Alright? If he burnt him, they burnt you wound for wound, stripe for stripe. Alright? Whatever it was, whatever instrument you decided to use in that fight, whatever you took out of that man, the priest was going to take out of you. Alright? They determined that, though, according to law. That wasn't just you got to come over and knock his tooth out. Alright? So all this stuff went before the priest to determine the judgment. These are the laws given to the priest and how they was going to do it. Alright? So there wasn't no precedence and all that stuff like, oh, well, in this case, we decided that he gets just some money. No, this is the law. This is what we referred to. This is how we decided on a case-to-case basis. You see that? What's that?
I can see there being a lot of peace.
Oh, yeah.
I can see it being a lot of peace, man, because you ain't gonna want to get your teeth knocked out, so you're not gonna knock your brother teeth out. Like, hey, you know what? I forgive you, bro.
Yeah, it kill all them crimes of passion. You gonna think first. You know what I mean? Before I go aim for your eye, guess what? I'm gonna decide if I want to keep my eye or not. You understand? Or if I kill you, I gotta decide, do I want to be put to death? Because I might kill you by splitting your head open, you die quick. But when they kill me, they're going to take me before the whole congregation, and I'm going to get hit with rocks until I'm dead. You understand? So it ain't going to be no quick death. It's still going to be life for life, but it's going to be the way that the priest determined I'm going to die. You understand? If I killed you in a cursed manner, if I went and strung you up on a tree, I'm dying the same way. And I become cursed. You see that? Because cursed is every man that hangs on a tree. Y'all see that? So do I want that to happen? See, you won't think first. That's why he said. That's why Christ. Now it clarifies for you what Christ was talking about. If your brother should smite you on your right cheek, before you react, go ahead and turn the other cheek. Because if you go get in a fight, you still gonna live like this. You understand? You still gonna have to restore whatever you took out of that man. You see that? If they're gonna knock your teeth out. Well, guess what? If you don't kill him, you know what I mean? The priest gonna come knock your teeth out in their way. You understand? And what if they decide tooth for tooth means, well, you took his tooth quickly, but we don't want to punch you in the face and hurt our wrists. So we just gonna get some pliers and pull yours out. You understand? See, you gonna think twice. So like you said, yeah, there was a lot. We had a lot more peace because of these laws. See that? Right. They curb check you. Right? Where we at? Verse 26, right?
Exodus chapter 21, verse 26. And if a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake.
There you go. So you got mad at your servant, you hurt him, you knocked their eye out, you knocked their tooth out, they paid their debt to you. That's over. You understand? So, hey, I owed you 100 G's, you knocked my eye out, bro. You know what I mean? We're even. Go ahead.
Verse 27. And if he smite out his manservant's tooth or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake.
Same thing. Go ahead.
If an ox gore a man or a woman, that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned.
Right. There wasn't no ASPCA for that. All right. There was no PETA for that. You killed the ox so it doesn't do it again. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
And his flesh shall not be eaten.
Right? That ox had anger in him. You didn't eat that flesh. You understand? There was nothing redeemable about that ox. All right? It had a spiritual murderous quality to it. You didn't eat that.
So that's bad for like the food that we eat today. How they put them in the slaughter, like they putting them in chambers and stuff. And
Yeah, all that is evil. Yeah. But what this is talking about is if the ox stabbed a dude with his horns, you didn't get to use him for meat after that. When you killed him, you killed him. That was it. There was nothing to make it like, yeah, I'm not gonna take a total loss on this. At least I get some burgers out of this. No, you took a total loss because that ox killed somebody. You understand? You should have known better. All right, go ahead.
But the owner of the ox shall be quit.
Right. So in that instance,
all right, the owner is scot-free. That's not his fault, but he is going to take that loss. All right, go ahead.
Verse 29. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in the time past, and it had been testified to his owner, and he had not kept him in, but that he had killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death.
Right. So we'll take it to our instances, right? Some of us got dogs, right? Your dog was known to snap at somebody back in the day. You didn't put him in a kennel. You didn't lock him up. You still let people go play with the dog and everything like that, and he bit somebody's face off. You die, and the animal dies. Because they told you about it, it was known to you that the dog did that, and you went ahead and let him do it anyway. You see that? That's your fault. You paid for that. All right, life for life. All right, go ahead.
Verse 30. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him.
So if they have pity on you, as you see our people do, right? That nigga went out there, that white boy went and killed 9 people in that church. And what the parents do? The parents and the families of those people, oh, we forgive him. He wasn't even sorry. You forgiving him. You know what I mean? He was like, I'll do it again. Like, you forgiving him. But that's our people, right? So if our people were showing that graciousness back then, saying, you know what, just make him pay for that life, right? Just have him pay the family for the loss of that man and his wages for the rest of his life, all right? Then you paid that. And this is what caused servitude. It's circular. Say this man's wages was $100,000 a year for the rest of his life, and you had to pay that. Well, I ain't got it. Then you're a servant. You see that? Until you pay that back, or until that 7th year, we let you go free. It's paid in full. You see that? So you gave your life 6 years for the loss of that man's life. That's if they determine we didn't, you know what, screw it, kill him. All right? What's that, sis?
That's where the free slave stuff comes from?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, you know, that's what happened when you didn't buy a servant for money. Like, there were markets where we had servants, people that we conquered in battle, people that put themselves up as servants to pay back debts of theirs. They can put themselves up to hire themselves out for wages. But this type of servitude happened because that man owed you directly in some way. You see that? So it became circular. Okay, you fought this man, you killed or something like that, or this person was a servant or whatever, you split his head open, you owed him the wages, you couldn't pay, now you a servant. You see that? So that's where that came from. It wasn't meant to be turned wickedly, and everybody I'm just putting you in servitude right away. You know what I mean? For every offense. All right?
See, this should put people in like a different mindset. They always be like, why Esau had to die? Why they have to be a servant? Like, if you see everything they've been doing,
right?
Then they gotta repay it, right?
There you
They
go.
don't really just do it by die.
Yeah, everything got to be paid, like it says. It says, if a man, whatsoever man sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. That's equality. You understand? And the Most High, He plays everything in a just balance. So it ain't gonna be no you killed somebody, you get off free. It ain't gonna be no you killed an entire nation of people. You know, like the Native Americans, where they wiped them out almost down to the last man, and you ain't gonna pay that back. No, it's gonna be blood for blood. Right. You understand? So we gonna wipe out as many of you as there are to repay all that blood you spilled. So if you killed 300 million people, 300 million black men in the slave trade, 100 million Native Americans to establish this country, well, I'm taking 400 million out of your ass. Right. You understand? So when the scriptures say there shall be none remaining of the house of Esau, that's what he's talking about. It's virtually going to be nothing left. Because they're going to have to restore life for life. Balance. Alright? Who else had their hand up?
Well, I was just saying that's also when they bring it to, because I remember I was speaking to a guy, I was telling him about the curses and things like that. He was like, man, what we gonna do, man? We gonna go, like go and grab guns. I'm like, dude, that's when I took him to Ecclesiastes. There's a time and place for it. Yeah. But it's just not the time and place for it right now.
Right,
also,
right.
Yeah,
we're gonna have our kingdom back before we get to exercise these type of laws. You understand? So it ain't gonna be like, oh yeah, we're just gonna get to run up in Esau's house and put him to death before Christ come. No. You understand? That's gonna be when Christ come. Then He's gonna give us that authority to go do that. You see that? But it ain't gonna be before that. It ain't gonna be no race war and all that stuff like that. All right? There's gonna be one race war. It's gonna be them versus Christ. All right? And there ain't gonna be nothing we could do worse than what Christ will do to them. All right? If you don't know, read that Wisdom of Solomon 18, and you'll see what Christ Himself can do to an entire nation of people. All right? You do that. What was it? Wisdom of Solomon 18, verse 15 down, and you see what He did to them in Egypt. And you'll know there ain't nothing we could do to them like that. Yeah. All right. What He did was like the Nat Turner rebellion with one man. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 31. Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him.
Right. So that if that bull gored a son or a daughter, it didn't matter if it was old, young, whatever. That bull was put to death, and the owner, if he knew about it beforehand and he was warned beforehand, he was put to death. All right, it didn't matter what age the person was that the bull gored. Go ahead.
Verse 32. If the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned.
See, that's why beforehand, if he had been told about it and he didn't stone it, when it says put him up, it meant you stoned him, you killed him. Because if he had done that beforehand, he was supposed to be killed then. Right? So that way he don't kill somebody later on. See that? That's why we made yokes. You understand? That's what that was. It was to correct them so that as they were growing up, they already knew not to gore nobody. You understand? They was already getting corrected with whip and a yoke. You understand? So when He shows you as many servants are as under the yoke, Christ puts that same yoke on us to keep us from becoming murderers and killers. You understand? See, the law is spiritual, like Paul said. Alright? But we get carnal, sold under sin. We think this only applies to oxen. You understand? Do you think the Most High cared about a damn ox? This was for you. This is what you did to your children. You brought them up under. If you would do it for your ox to make sure it didn't get put to death, you should do it for your children. And everything they do with it, this little nigga got murderous tendencies. He ready to fight kids on the playground all the time. Get your ass over here. You get whooped and beat down right here in the house. You know what I mean? So that I don't gotta watch you later on get put to death. See, you were supposed to take this and expand it, but what did our people do? Okay, if our ox does it, but if my dog does it, if my child does it, right? They got real technical, and that brought evil to them. See, they didn't understand the law being spiritual. Go ahead.
Verse 33. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good.
See that? That's why you have manhole covers. Right? They get that piece of lead shield, they put that over the manhole, right? Because anything that falls in that, if you left it uncovered, anything that falls in that, say you driving your car down the street, you lose your whole wheel or your whole car because it went into that damn hole, they got to restore that back to you. New car. See that? Well, that's where this comes from. You see that? If you dig a pit, you wanted to dig a well or something like that, but you didn't leave it, you didn't cover it up so that somebody coming by wouldn't fall in it. You know what I mean? Or you didn't mark it off or something, then you had to restore whatever fell down that hole. All right, go ahead.
And give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if one man's ox hurt another's, that he died.
Right, so you paid for the ox that fell in, or whatever animal fell in there, you paid for that, and that was your animal. You do with it what you want. If you want to eat it or you want to do whatever, to try to recoup some of that money or whatever, that's on you. You see that? If you want to chop them up, round them up into cheeseburgers and sell those, well, that's on you. All right, but that's your animal now. All right, so you break it, you bought it. All right, go ahead.
Then they shall then they shall sell the live ox, and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox hath used to push in time past, and his owner had not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own.
Right. See that? So if one ox gores another ox, then if it didn't happen before, but it happened at that point, okay, well you had to basically restore that ox, the money for that ox, and then you divided the ox that was dead. You understand? Because it didn't die in fear. So if you want to eat it or whatever, you can divide that. All right, that's meat for your house. That's meat for my house. All right, but I paid you for the whole ox too. All right, but if he had been known to do it before, well, you took the whole loss. You paid for that ox, and that dead ox is the owner's too. All right. Like I said, this was to encourage us to think and use our brains and keep everything civil. So a man didn't just have to govern his own self; he had to govern his whole house. You understand? So now you can understand why a woman was making her own damn clothes, while she was out going to the merchants and trading and things like that you see in Proverbs 31, because the man had to make sure everything down to his ox was in check. You understand? That was his job. Because otherwise, if it messed up somebody else's property or their life, that was on him. You understand? It wasn't on you. You don't see nowhere in here where the woman got to pay for nothing, right? Right? If the ox gores another ox, then the woman got to pay for it. His wife got to pay for that. No, the man had to pay for that. You understand? If it gored another man and killed that man had to pay life for life. See that? So you had to check over your entire household down to your livestock. That's a lot of stress, man. You see that? But the woman didn't have to bear that. See that? The man did that. So that's the trade-off. All right? Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 22, verse 1. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep.
See? So if you stole something and they caught you, you didn't get put to death. You didn't get locked up in jail. You paid it back. Now, if the circumstances that caused you to steal it were you was dead flat broke and you didn't have no way to pay it back, guess what? Servitude. See that? So all these laws kind of help each other out. All right? You didn't have to go refer to some statute and everything like that. You just went back to plan A. What's that?
Like when you eat some food and you don't pay, you make wash the dishes.
Yeah. We went into servitude, right? Yeah, it wasn't we lock you up in jail and make you a possible homosexual. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you stole a cheeseburger. Time for you to get butt raped. What? That ain't fair. Right? Time for you to become a virgin for the rest of your life. Y'all see that? No, you paid it back, but you paid it back 5 for 1, 4 for 1, depending on what you stole. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 2. If a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he died, there shall no blood be shed for him.
Right. You caught trying to break into somebody's house and you tearing up the roof trying to get in, or you trying to break through the wall trying to get in, and they shoot you, you dead. That's it. We ain't even shedding tears for you. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 3. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him.
See, but if he was doing it in the daytime, that's desperation, man. And you could see that he was obviously unarmed and trying to, you know what I mean? You got to use both hands to try to dig up somebody's house. You know what I mean? You could see he's unarmed. Leave him alone. Give him his warning, let him go. You understand? But if it was at nighttime, you couldn't see whether he had a weapon or whatever, then you could kill him, and then it's even. All right? Go ahead.
For he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his stuff.
There you go. So if he didn't have nothing, but he done tore your house up, well, he's a slave now. He's your servant for 6 years, and you let him go in the 7th year. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 4. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double.
Right. So if he got away with it, you know, you didn't catch him breaking in your house or whatever, but you found, hey man, that's my bike. You owe me 2 bikes. See that? I didn't catch you stealing it, but you got it. Right? The whole possession is 9/10 of the law thing. Maybe he bought it from a nigga that stole it from you. Well, you owe me 2 bikes. Because you have my stuff. I didn't see you steal it, but you got my stuff. You owe me 2 bikes. Oh, well, I got it from Bo down the street. Okay, well, Bo owed me 2 bikes. You see what I'm saying? It's even. You're not going to jail and getting raped. You understand? You ain't going to jail for 13 years off of I stole somebody's bike and they caught me. Possession of stolen property. You ain't going to, no, you're restoring it. It's fair. See that? Where we at?
Verse 5. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, or of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard, shall he make restitution.
Right. So you like, damn, my horse is hungry. We on a long journey. You throw him off in somebody's field. He eat up all the corn and everything else. Well, then they gonna take that corn out of your field and restore it to that man. All right. And they gonna take the best of what you got. So even if he ate the worst of that man's, you giving up the best because you didn't care over your animal. You see that? Go ahead.
Verse 6.
Now you think this didn't apply if your children went and did it? You see that? Right, it expanded. Go ahead.
Verse 6. If fire break out and catching thorns, so that the stacks of corn or the standing corn or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution.
There you go. You start a fire, you cause a forest fire, you didn't go to jail, you paid for that forest. Alright? You paid for that man's loss of that property. Alright? Go ahead.
Verse 7. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double.
Okay. So you lent your neighbor your car, somebody broke in his garage, stole the car, right? Y'all found the thief, he pays double. He owe you 2 cars, all right? Not the man you lent the car to. The thief owed 2 cars. But, go ahead.
Verse 8. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he had put his hand onto his neighbor's goods.
There you go. I loaned you my car, all of a sudden it disappeared. You talking about a thief stole it. We ain't found no thief. We ain't found no signs of no thief. We ain't found no signs of somebody broke in your house, right? So you got my stuff. You loaned it off to somebody. You know what I mean? You better check with Junior, see if he borrowed the car and crashed it into a phone pole. All right? Because my stuff is gone, and you was the last one to have it. All right? So he gets brought before the judges, and they determine whether it was actually stolen, like he says, or if he lying and he took the man's stuff. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 9. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challengeth to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. Verse 10. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it die, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both, that he had not put his hand onto his neighbor's goods.
So he got to basically swear to the Most High he didn't eat the sheep, or you know what I mean? Oh, I was having a feast and I killed your sheep to feed my friends. You know what I mean? He got to swear to the Most High that he didn't do that. Y'all see that? Paul later brought that back to say, let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. You shouldn't have to swear to God. You should just be honest. You understand? He didn't change the law. He said, basically, you shouldn't even have to take it there. You see that? That's the understanding Paul's given in the law, but they say, oh yeah, he's changing the law. No, he's showing you before it got to go there into that level of unrighteousness, because that's what the law is for, the unrighteous. You should already, as a righteous man, say, you know what? I'm sorry, I did this. You know what I mean? And I ain't got to swear to God that I ain't got it or whatever. I did it. My bad. See that? Let me pay you double, or let me do this, or whatever the law says. See that? What's that?
That's where the younger generation get that, when he's swearing to God.
Yeah, because we used to do that. That's why I said, you shall forswear to the Most High all your oaths. Everything you say should be, I'll put that on God. It actually should be. But we turned it into, we're lying and we still putting it on God. That's how wicked we got. See that? Yeah. That's where it says, you shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Alright? So when people say that, I swear to God, well, if they're not lying, they could do that. That's lawful. You understand? But Paul was showing you, before you take it there, just let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. Because if you're an honest man, you don't have to put it on God. You understand? What's that?
Is that the reason why a lot of people, they are like, I don't know why this happened to me. They still swearing to God and be lying, and then something messed up happened to them. You know?
Yeah.
That may be a reason.
That's definitely the reason. Because he said that, you shall not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. You don't use it just so you could cover some BS. Oh, I swear to God I didn't steal it. Well, we found it in your house. You know what I mean? Like, where did it come from? It teleported?
Right.
See that? Right. Well, now, you just use the name of the Most High in vain. That's a breaking of the 10 Commandments. You see that? Go ahead.
Verse 12. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn.
Right. So if a wolf came in and ate the dude's chicken that you were housekeeping or whatever, right? Well, here's the pieces of the chicken. All right. Obviously, I didn't go into it like that. You know, you see the bite marks and all that. I don't have to make it good. All right. I couldn't help that. Go ahead.
Verse 14. And if a man borrow out of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof, being not with it, he shall surely make it good.
Right. And I was in this situation. I lent my car out to somebody. They parked it on the side of the street. Somebody hit the car. They came out. Car was all messed up. They bring it back like, the car's messed up. I can't blame them because they didn't crash the car. They parked it. Somebody else hit it. They didn't get to find out who it was. Well, for one, if they can show me that, look, it was parked, it got hit, then it's even. I got to take that loss. I shouldn't have lent it out if I couldn't secure it. You see that? That's fair. But if they come back and the whole front end is caved in, right? And then 30 eyewitnesses talking about, yeah, this dude was driving, right? That's on them. They got to pay me back and double. All right? So these are situations we get in every day, and the law covered it. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Oh,
That was it? All right, so we're going to bring up the next reader, and I'm going to dismiss these two brothers for the business. And where they reading from?
Whoever's next, whoever want to come up next. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna salute you in. All right, have you done it before?
Yeah, but I'm still new to it.
I got you. Give me your name, man.
Brandon.
Brandon?
Yes.
All right. All right. So you're gonna say Brandon, Shabbat Tashon. What's your tribe?
Judah.
Yahweh Da.
Yeah.
All right. One Yasha'Allah. All right. Go ahead.
Brandon, Shabbat Tashah,
Yahweh Da.
Yahweh, Ban Yahweh,
One Yasha'Allah.
Ban Yashar.
Alright.
Brandon, Shabbat Tashah, Yehowadah, Ban Yasha'Allah. Imagine. Alright?
Yahweh.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakathon.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatah.
Come on up.
Oh.
You come up to me. What do you read? Or you know what? Yeah, let's do it right too. Yes, sir. So we're gonna do the same thing. Set your name, your registry.
Come.
Alright.
Ray, Shabbat Tashah, Ban, Yahweh.
Wait. What's up? Ray, Shabbat Tashah, Yahweh.
Oh, come.
Ban Yasha'Allah.
Ray, Shabbat Tashah, Yahweh, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Ray, Shabbat Tashah, Yehowadah, Ban Yasha'Allah. Imagine. Alright?
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakathon.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatah.
That's what I haven't said, so I don't know what you want to do. That's where I saw you before. I had it since, but that brother, Jeremiah, I just reading this.
I'm gonna go that way.
Hey, y'all both coming this week. That's why I'm standing back here. Shabbat. So we started Exod 22 verse 15. 22 verse 15. We're going to 23 verse 8.
22 verse 15. Exodus chapter 22 verse 15. Exodus chapter 22 verses 15. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If he be an hired thing, it came for his hire. 16.
Right, so say he said, listen, I need to borrow your ox, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and pay you for the time I'm using your ox, right? Like you do at Home Depot all the time, right? You go borrow, rent a lawnmower for $22 an hour, right? And they know they charging you more than that lawnmower's worth, but you need it for 5 hours. You paying $100. Well, the lawnmower only worth $100 anyway. See that? So if it's a higher thing, you already done paid in advance, and the lawnmower break, well, that's your lawnmower. All right? That's how the law worked. It wasn't you owe us a whole lawnmower, a whole new one. No, I already paid you for it. That's it. All right, it messed up, it broke, it got eaten, it whatever happened to it got damaged. Well, now that's mine, and I already paid you. So if it was hired out, then it was already even. All right.
Verse 16. And if a man incite a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife.
See, now we getting into, okay, marriage, right? If you entice a maid, right? You run a game, right? And she, yeah, well, you can get it, right? That's your wife now. It ain't no, hey, that was great. I'll see you later. See you at work. All right? It wasn't no one night stand. That's your wife now. All right? You ran all that game. Now you gotta pay to play. All right? Go ahead.
If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
All right, that was 50 shekels of silver, $13,000 to $17,000. All right, current money. So if you went to the father like, yeah, you know, I was running a game and you know I slept with your daughter. Okay, well I don't like you. You ain't getting my daughter. I still need her. I'm old. I need that help here. Okay, well then I gotta pay you for the dowry of the virgin. So I gotta pay you that same 13 to 17,000, and I'm out of woman. So now you thought about who you slept with. You understand? Now you didn't just do no one night stand because it might cost you $17,000. All right, it was gonna cost you either way. You understand? Whether she was your wife or not, it was gonna cost you that much money. All right, now we put a little more weight on sexual activity. Y'all see that? And so is she, because now she got a determined day. Do I want to just get snatched up out my house and now I got to live with this man for the rest of my life? Y'all see that? And no other. So it costs either way. See, we had to pay, right? We was out a few $1,000s, and y'all paid with your life. Y'all see that? See, there was payment on both ends. It was equal. You was getting transplanted from your house, your surroundings, into another man's house for life. You didn't get to deal with no other men. There wasn't none of that. You understand? At exchange, we also had to come out $13,000 to $17,000. Y'all see that? So there was a trade-off. It wasn't just, oh, I can't sleep with no other women for the rest of my life. Well, you also didn't have to pay no $13,000 for last night. You understand? So it was fair. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 18. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
That's simple. All
19.
Right.
Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death.
That's pretty simple, right? Ain't no that's his sexual preference. Ain't no well, that's just how she liked to roll. No, they both got put to death. The woman and the man and the beast. All right? Because you didn't want that going into the animal kingdom either. Dogs are not supposed to try to jump on you and hump you. They know what another dog look like. But why is it in them? Because some human put it in them. You understand? That messes dogs up, man. That messes animals up. Go ahead.
20. He that sacrifices unto any god, save unto the Lord only, he shall be utterly destroyed.
See that wasn't just you were put to death. You were destroyed. They burnt you to ash. You understand? You was out there praying to some other god. You was over there worshiping Beyonce instead of coming to class. Guess what? You get put to death. You get destroyed. All right? Go ahead.
Thou shalt neither vex a stranger, nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Right? So you shouldn't treat some person from outside your nation any different than you would your own nation. You treat them like brothers, because you remember that you was a stranger and you got treated dirty. You see that? So that cuts out the whole, well, the scripture said you should not abhor an Edomite. Well, the scripture also said we weren't supposed to hate nobody. You understand? We already naturally weren't a hateful people. That wasn't in us. All right? We didn't vex anybody when they came in. Look at Abraham. Case in point. He had them 3 strangers come to his house. What'd he do? Go kill a beast, feed him. Right? That's how he rolled. He wasn't like, y'all niggas, where y'all come from? Looking them all up and down, treating them bad. Nah, he welcomed them. Y'all see that? And if we the children of Abraham, we do the same thing. Well, we were so long in Egypt, we forgot how to be righteous. So now we had to have a law tell us, be like this toward strangers. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Exodus 22, chapter 22, verse 22. And ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child.
Self-explanatory, right?
Come.
Yeah, she's a widow. She already got enough problems. Her husband died. You don't need to afflict her any more than she already is. A fatherless child. He lost his father off in a war probably somewhere, or he died somehow. They already afflicted enough. All right. What's that? Huh? Afflicted. Make fun of them, talk bad about them, torture them, in any way vex their life.
They're like basically like my mom did this a lot when I was a child, and I never really knew what it meant, but she always said like you just like your dad. I'm sitting there like as a child like this is my dad. I don't even know.
Yeah, that's afflicting a fatherless child, right? Or you watch if anybody watches Game of Thrones, yeah, that dude Snow, and everywhere he went they just, you're the bastard Snow and all this stuff. Like, you gonna keep bringing up how my dad slept with some woman outside of his marriage and I'm a child of that, and keep calling me a bastard. You know what I mean? That you weren't supposed to do that. All right.
Verse 23. If thou afflict them in any wise, and then they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry, and my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children shall be fatherless.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah. That's why you don't be mean to widows. That's why you don't be mean to people that their dad is not around. Right. See that? Go ahead.
If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as an user.
Right. You don't deal with him like the bank does. All right. You don't lend him money and then be like, oh yeah, I gave you $100, you owe me 110. No, he pays you back for what you lent him. That's it. All right. So if you lend your brother, your sister of Israel, they owe you exactly what you paid, what you gave them. All right. If you don't forgive the debt. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not, neither shalt thou lay up upon him usury.
Okay, so you don't put interest. That's what usury is. You don't put interest on nothing you lend to your brothers and sisters. You can do that with the other nations, all right, because you don't know if they're coming back with that stuff or not. They of another nation, all right? But you don't do that to your brother and your sister. They're your neighbors. You know what I mean? It's like, where they going with it? They live next to you. They ain't gonna pack up and leave because you lent them $100. You see that? So these are things, and then when you get to Christ, he didn't change no law. He's just, all he said was, listen, if you lend your brother if your brother need a coat, lend him your cloak also. See that? All he said was, listen, man, before it even comes to usury, right? So that's not even in your brain. You could kill it like this. Be willing to give him more than what he asked for. If he say, walk with me a mile, you go with him too. If he say, let me borrow your coat, give him your cloak also. Because obviously, he going to be cold at some point, and you got it, give it to him. See that? So before you turned it into a loan, and then in your brain, your wicked brain kick up and start saying, you know what? I want him to pay me for the time he used it. You know what I mean? Before all that kick up, be willing to just give it to him. You ain't even got to get to the law that is for unrighteous people. You can just be righteous and say, you know what, man, that's you. You know what I mean? Trust me, it pays off. It really pays off. The Most High will see your righteousness, and he'll give you back. You understand? And he'll give you back better than the coat you lent out. All right. And I'm gonna tell you this. You know, if anybody sees the things, the belongings I do have, they'll tell you. Like, it's because if anybody ever asked him, he gave it out. You know what I mean? Sometimes it was a loan, but most of the time he just said, forget it, take it. Y'all see that?
Come.
Go ahead.
Exodus 22, verse 26. If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun goeth down.
Right. So if you say, hey, can I borrow a shirt? You give him that shirt back clean and pressed, just like he gave it to you before the nighttime. It ain't a week later he like, hey man, you still got my shirt? You know what I mean? You getting shifty because you know you dropped the soup on it and it ruined the shirt, right? Nah, you should give it to him before the sun go down that day. That way there ain't no animosity. This kills all that strife.
So my brother stole my pencils and I said, you stole my pencils. And so like, I didn't get mad or anything. I just let him know that he stole my pencils. Like, is that the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, if you know he stole it, you know, he's supposed to restore double back to you. You know what I mean? Now, if he ain't righteous enough to do that, you like, and it's now in your power. You get to say whether you want to forgive it and just never loan him pencils again. You know what I mean? Or never have him around just stuff again. Because yeah, you're forgiven, but I ain't gotta have you steal from me again. You see that? Or it's up to you to say, you know what? Okay, we going to court. We going to the judge on this. You know what I mean? Now, if he was an Israelite, if he was of the same belief, y'all would come before the priest, and we would determine, okay, you got the pencils? Okay, well now you got to give her that pencil set and some more on top of it. You see that? But again, we're not in our kingdom, so if he ain't coming to class, he ain't believing what you believe. See that? So you can't hold him to that. Then the scriptures say, dare any of you having a matter go to law before the Gentiles and not before the saints? So you ain't going to bring him up in the court system over some pencils, right? Because they're going to throw his ass in jail. Right? They're going to treat him unjustly. So rather just forgive him. That's where the scriptures tell you that. About forgiving your enemies and things like that. Because you don't want him locked up according to their laws. But he ain't really subject to ours either. You see that? That's what a righteous man would do. Or woman. Go ahead.
27. For that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin, wherein shall he sleep. And it shall come to pass, when he crieth unto me, that I will hear, and for I am gracious. Verse 28. Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. 29.
So if the ruler of your people worships the Most High, you don't revile the Most High because the ruler is wicked. You understand? And you don't revile that ruler. Doesn't matter. That's what David held to. Even though Saul went off, he didn't curse the Most High like, why you put this wicked ass nigga over me? He didn't do that. Then at the same time, he never went against Saul either, because Saul was the Most High's anointed. You understand? Now, this kingdom that worships all them other guys, you can revile the hell out of them. This don't have nothing to do with them. Alright? So when they want to go worshiping Horus and Isis and Ra, and Barack Obama want to walk around with an Islam chain, a Judaism chain, and a Christianity cross and all that around his neck, you can revile the hell out of that. He's wicked. You understand? And he's not the ruler of our people. Alright? But that was having to do with our kings, our rulers. Go ahead.
Verse 29. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquors. The firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me.
Right. See that? So everything you had, the best of what you had, or the first of what you had, belonged to the Most High. When you grew a crop, the first thing you reaped in, that went to the priest. You brought that to the priest, and they used it for their service. If you had a son or a daughter, they went into the military, or they went into whatever service the priest determined that they should do for Israel. You understand? And then your other sons and your daughters were yours to enjoy. But all that was given over to the Most High. You understand? The best, the first of everything you had was given to the Most High. And that was your trade-off. That's where it was that he made you fruitful. Now, we didn't do this. We didn't take little Johnny just came out and we sacrificed him on a pit. You know what I mean? And then the Most High made us fruitful and have more kids. That wasn't how it worked. It was they were to be used for whatever service Israel required at any time. So if the army came through, hey, we need people for the army. Where your son at? You understand? That's you. You see that? We need people to build this road. Well, that's what my son's for. You understand? Or my daughter, whatever the first was, that's what was given into the service. All right, and that was being done unto the Most High. All right, go ahead.
Verse 30. Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day thou shalt give it meat. Right.
So if you had a sheep or ox or whatever, they got to feed off their mother. That's the dam. They fed off their mother for that 7 days, and then after that you gave it over to the priest. All right. That's why where the scripture comes in later on says, "You shall not see the kid in his mother's milk," meaning it wasn't talking about you don't eat meat with cheese. Okay, that's what the Jewish people turned it into. It meant that while the baby was still suckling off its mother, in that first 7 days, you didn't eat that child. You understand? That's cruelty. All right, we didn't do that. Go ahead.
31. And thou shalt be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dog.
There you go. All right, so you didn't eat nothing that was torn up of any other animal. So the thing is, like, you see Esau, man, they'll go out there, Bear Grylls, and he'll go find some animal that was just had its throat torn out by a wolf or something, and he'll go eat the same thing that the damn wolf ate. Well, why would you do that? Like, they got is it a wolf or a coyote? I think it is. No, it's a wolf, because that's how you determine if a certain dog is a wolf or not. You let him go ahead and bite into a piece of paper, and if the piece of paper starts to disintegrate from the saliva, it's a wolf. All right, I didn't even know this until this cat, he told me his wolf got away in the neighborhood, and I had actually shot the damn thing 3 times with my BB gun. You know what I mean? But he was like, yeah, man, that's how you check, is because when a wolf bites down on something, it actually has in its saliva something that dissolves the skin. So it's not trying to have to chew through that tough skin. It dissolves, that bite dissolves the skin, and it gets right into the meat. You see that? Now, if that slob is all over that meat, and then you go eat that, that might tear your insides up. See what I'm saying? Then you got some animals that regurgitate their food right back in the same spot and then eat it. You know what I mean? So you don't want that either. You know what I mean? Sometimes dogs do that. They eating food or something like that. They because it went down the wrong pipe or something. They throw it up and then they go and eat it right back again. They might throw it back up in the dish all over the other food. You know what I mean? And they eat it all back again. Or you come in and eat after that dog, you eating that vomit too. You understand? So you don't want to eat after no animal. That's unclean. Alright? Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 23, verse 1. Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
There you go. You don't lie on people. Simple as that. You don't say, yeah, we saw him do that. You know what I mean? Or yeah, he didn't steal your stuff. So that you know, hey man, if they catch me with this, they're gonna make me pay double for it. So tell them I didn't do it. You don't do that. You be like, listen man, you wicked as hell for even asking me that. See that? Yeah, move around. Exactly. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many, to wrest judgment.
There you go. All right, you don't follow the multitude to do evil. They shouldn't have ever came to Samuel and said, we want a king like the other nations got. They should have never came like that as a nation, as a people, as a group. You understand? Because that was evil as hell. That's why the Most High say, you know what, since they all got this in their brain, let's give it to them. Let's give them some man that's going to take their kids and take their goods and use it for himself and not for their benefit. Y'all see that? He gave them over to their own wickedness because they didn't want to follow this law. Go ahead.
Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause.
Right? So you shouldn't look at a cat based off the look on his face and judge off of that. Oh, yeah, he's saying he robbed you, but he looked broke, so he probably is the one stole it. No. If that poor man come to you, you don't look at him no different than you look at a rich man for the same crime. Y'all see that? Like America does. You guilty until you're proven rich. Nah, you didn't do that. All right. Go ahead.
If thou see an ass of him that hated thee, lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him.
I think you skipped verse 4.
Oh, slack. If thou meet thine enemy's ox and his ass going astray, or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again.
Okay, finders, keepers, losers, weepers is not in the Bible. Okay? If you saw something that was your neighbor's, you gave it back to him. You know what I mean? It's cool because when I went to Honduras, man, I left my $150 Ray-Ban sitting in the chair while I was at the bank trying to change money. And the little dude, he walks up to me, he tapped me on the shoulder like, hey, gave him right back. Now, we in a third world country, man. But they know how to be civilized. He could have took them and made him a killing. You know what I mean? But, because $150 go a long way down there. But he gave him right back. Y'all see that? So even the nations know to be civilized, man. It's only in America do you learn crap like finders, keepers. What's that?
That just happened to me last night. Like, I saw a quarter on the couch, and my brother said that was his. So, like, I should return the quarter.
If he said it was his, yeah. But I mean, if you know he done stole all your pencils, you'd be like, well, let's call it even. Right?
Hey, that finders, keepers, that's some old Edomite stuff, how they do all the land. Oh, finders, keepers?
They call it manifest destiny or eminent domain, where because they found it, they get to keep it. That ain't how it works. All right, they broke a lot of laws. As we keep reading, you're gonna keep seeing why the Most High is gonna pay them back the way they did. You understand? Because they didn't just break one law. He that keepeth the man is selleth him. They broke many laws, minor to major. All right.
If thou see the ass of him that hated thee, lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him.
See that? So even if it's your enemy, right? Is that nigga down the street? You know what I mean? He always talking mess, and you see the animal fell under his burden or something like that. You supposed to help his animal. Now, how much more should they have helped the good in the story of the Good Samaritan? How much more should they have helped that brother on the side of the road? Yeah, if y'all know the story of the Good Samaritan. Y'all heard that story? You had that one where the man, he got basically beat down and robbed, and he was left on the side of the road for dead. And the priest came by and he looked at him, fellow Israelite, a priest, looked at him and kept walking. And another brother came by of Israel, he saw him and he kept walking. Well, the Samaritan seen him. The Samaritan of another nation, a person of another nation seen the brother. Yeah, he actually took him to the nearest hotel, paid for them to bandage him up and stay in the room. You know what I mean? That's how we were supposed to treat each other. But the nation, though Christ was showing us, the nations get the law more than you do. You see that? So if you would do it for his ox, then that means your mind is already set to do it for him. Even if y'all was enemies. Even if all y'all did was get around each other and talk about each other's mama all day. If you seen his ox fall in a hole, you pulled that ox out the hole. You understand? If you seen his mama getting beat down for her purse, you helped his mama. Y'all see that? Didn't matter if y'all didn't like each other. You still stuck by your brother. Y'all see that? Because that's your kin. That's your family. Go ahead.
Verse 6. Thou shalt not rest the judgment of the poor in his cause.
Right. So you ain't supposed to mess with the affairs of a poor man. Like, you know, you got these cats, because this happened recently in the news. This cat used a method called adverse possession to gain himself a $200,000 house. It was a brother. And adverse possession is where you can live in a place, and as long as you got documents showing that you upkept the maintenance and everything, and that you notified the owner and the owner didn't do nothing about it, that's your place after 2 years. That's your house. That's a real thing.
That's squatting, right?
Squatters' rights,
Yeah,
they call it.
yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
All right? And then all the neighborhood was up in arms about it. All the white people in the neighborhood was, he can't do that, and he can't do that. And so he had to show them, look, this is adverse possession. These are squatters' rights. This is how y'all got this nation in the first place. Because when you was watching Far and Away with Tom Cruise doing it, you didn't have no problem.
Nah, Israelite doing this a problem.
There you go. See that? There's a movie called Far and Away where they show you how America got established. They basically ran through a field, stuck a stake in it as long as they could defend it. That was their place. Yeah. That's how they got America. But then they're going to tell you, you can't do it. Well, I used the law. I told the owner he was dead, or he didn't care enough to make sure that he kept his land. That's my land. I've been taking care of it. Ain't nobody else using it. Finders keepers.
Don't Indian
Right. What's that, sis?
Oh, I just wanted a clarification.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what that's about. All right. Where we at?
Verse 7. Exodus 23, verse 7.
All right, but in that case where the man did that, you weren't supposed to try to come against him to try to get that house back and everything like that. That's his thing. He's poor. Let him have that. He won that. You understand? But you ain't supposed to come against a man that's obviously so poor he got to do something like that. You ain't supposed to try to wrestle that back from him. You understand? Let him have that. You got enough. If you needed it that bad, you would have done it. Go ahead.
Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and the righteous slay thou not, for I will not justify the wicked.
There you go. Simple as that. If the cause is wrong, don't get involved in it. All right? Keep far away from it. You know what? That ain't my business, man. I don't want nothing to do with that. All right? Yep. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth. Salah, let me read that again. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blinded the wise, and perverted the words of the righteous.
Right. And when he says no gift there, he's talking about bribes. All right. It doesn't mean just like we already talked about. If you lend somebody something, you be like, hey, you know what? Take that. That's you. That's a gift. That's fine. But he's talking about bribes. That's why you got to put it in context of what's going on. He's talking about judgment, right? When you're dealing with judgment, you don't take no bribe from nobody. Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah, Junebug told me that Bo stole his shirt, but Junebug gave me $50 not to judge between them, right? So I'm gonna take that 50, and yeah, that ain't your shirt. You know what I mean? You ain't supposed to do that. All right, that's unlawful. So bribes are unlawful. Where we at?
We're on 9. I'm supposed to stop at 8.
Yeah, you stopped at 8, and then he's gonna start reading at 23 verse 9, and stop at verse 33.
Exodus chapter 23 verse 8.
So if you're just joining us, we're in the reading. We've been reading. We started at Exodus chapter 21 verse 1, and now we're at Exodus chapter 23 verse 9. All right. So this is our weekly Sabbath day reading, and we're also breaking down what we're reading so it's more understandable to people, so they'll know how to follow the law. All right. All right. So the law is important, even though we believe in Christ. Well, it's no difference when you really know, but we do believe in Christ, and we also believe in following the law, all right, which is one and the same, because Christ is the one that gave all these laws in the first place. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 23 verse 9. Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Right? So why don't you oppress people of another nation? Because you were of another nation and Egypt did you wrong. Go ahead.
Verse 10. In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat. And what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard.
Right. And you know what's beautiful about this is when you really think of how it works out, you be like, damn, there's no choice but that you increase. All right, I'm gonna show you. Listen, you plant your crops, right? For 6 years, y'all eating, right? You and your family, y'all get to eat off that land, right? The corners of your crops, any stranger could come through. As long, if they were hungry, they could eat that because you didn't gather everything in. You gathered enough for your family and to sell, and you kept the corners for the people that were strangers or the poor, and they could gather, right? So they ate the whole 6 years too. The 7th year, you left that wild. You just let that grow. And the stranger could come through and come pick off your crops and everything like that. It was a sacrifice you made. That 7th year was your sacrifice. You saying, you know what, that's for the nation. That's for the poor. That's for any beast of the field, whatever. But check it out. As they coming through, they eating your crops, right? They might go off into a corner of the field, take a dump there. The seeds that they ate went and dropped off into that corner of the field. You didn't even have to sow no seeds there. They sowed the seed for you and fertilized it themselves. The beasts that came through and ate dropped it off somewhere in some other part of the field, or maybe in some other part of your land you hadn't sown yet. And it grew there. You understand? So you increased. Then the land got to rest. It wasn't being dug up and aerated and turned over and people trampling all over and everything like that. So it got to rest. It got to reestablish its nutrients because the old food and like say it was a cornfield, right? The corn fell off the stalk. Whatever they didn't eat, whatever the beasts didn't eat, it went into the ground and fertilized the ground. It became mulch. It became compost. You understand? So now you come back in that 8th year, right? And you got all this rich, fertile soil because it's been sitting there for a year composting. And you get to repurpose that compost and make it for your next crop. And the next crop that comes from that, that's your first fruits. You give that to the Most High because that's made of the good soil and everything. It's made of that first composted soil and all the nutrients are in that first fruit. And you give that to the priest. And the priests get to eat this good, nutrient-rich stuff and keep them strong for their work. You understand? Then the Most High sees that, and he already gave you the increase just naturally. So the rest of that, basically 5 years, right? So at the first year, you gave that to the Most High, the first fruits. And then the rest of that year is you. Still eating off that strength. Well, the next year, the next 6th year, the next Jubilee year, they called it, you had all this, you had all that was stronger than the previous 6 years, right? Then you let it rest again for a year, so it got to get stronger than before. So if you would have done the land right, like the Bible said, we would have stronger crops. We would have them giant pumpkins and giant tomatoes and everything like that you see, because that's how you do the land correctly. Y'all see that? It would have yielded nothing but increase in the earth. But what you got America doing is they go and they farm a field and farm it and farm it and farm it until nothing grows there anymore. Then they just move. They rape that land until it's no good for anything anymore. So now you got a GMO crop. You know what I mean? Now you got to genetically engineer your food because we done raped all of the land. Y'all see that? So if we would have ran it the way the Most High said, that's why our land was known as the Fertile Crescent. Because everything grew there and everything grew there correctly because we know how to deal with the land right. Y'all see that? But yeah, that's how it worked out. That's why we did it that way. That's why the Most High set it down, because it was wisdom. Y'all understand?
It's going to be like that in the next kingdom, right?
Yeah. We're going to do it the exact right way. And see, here's the thing. It's like with your body. If you take 6 days to work, right? And then if you took that 7th day and just chilled and recharged your mind in the spirit of the scriptures and everything like that, the next 6 days fly by, man. You know what I mean? You go back to work feeling good. You got to recharge. You got to rest, right? So you go through that, and then you can't wait for that 7th day because you're going to chill out again. See that? And all that does is cause you to work harder and harder and better and more efficient. You even, say, when you're resting, you're meditating on things before. So you sitting there like, dang, you know what will make me more efficient at work? I can do this, this, and this, and this. And you don't plan for the week. See that? But if you constantly busy all day, you don't have time to think and improve yourself for the next coming week. See that? So as much as we did for the land, we did for our bodies. The Most High established it as a weekly thing for our bodies to get to recharge, for our minds to get to recharge. You understand? That made us better and stronger people. And we would actually have grown in stature and length of life. Whereas now, what? We've been worked to death, man. We've been worked to death so hard that we didn't have time to recharge mentally, physically. That's why we're decreased as a nation, mentally and physically. You understand? What's that?
Another thing you got me thinking of, with all of that, our physical health, man, everybody's stressed out, having heart attacks and everything because they're not doing what the Most High told us to do. Take a break. That's what's wrong with it. I don't understand why people have a problem with that. He said this the day he rests, don't rest. You know, rest. Learn more about him. Keep your mind focused on him. I'm not worried about work right now because I got my mind focused on the Most High.
There you go.
And I feel good. So, I mean, all we got to do is listen. That's it.
And that's the problem with us, with our health and with our mind states, is instead of us growing in the spirit, growing in our bodily health and everything like that, because we're giving our time giving our bodies that rest. Now we're constantly working and working ourselves into the grave. You understand? Like even our Sabbaths, it shouldn't have had to be like this. We had the law written everywhere. We didn't have to gather together to have somebody teach us the law and make work out of it. Like, okay, I got to sit here and take notes all day and everything like that. No, we just sat there. A brother read and we sat there. Amen. And then we went home. And the whole time we got to sit. We listened to the law. We got to recharge our minds. If your mind drifted off, the brother wasn't going to stop reading. You know what I mean? And if your mind drifted off and, hey, yeah, you know what? I could do this for work or I could do that for work. You know, whatever. You were still hearing it. The word of the Most High was not going out void. And it gave your mind that rest. Meanwhile, you would still get, that land was still getting watered. You understand? Just like when we stopped with the crops. Meanwhile, the rain was still falling on the crop. It was still falling on the earth. It was still getting that nutrient. But it wasn't getting dug up and exposed to the air and decrepit and corrupt. Y'all see that? So the same thing, the Sabbath was established for us. So was the land Sabbath was established for the land. Y'all see that? What's that, sis?
Oh, never mind.
Alright. You got any questions, sis? Have you been here before? Oh, okay. Alright. I got these glasses aren't too good, so yeah, I couldn't see you right. Where we at?
Verse 12. The end of verse 13. It's a lot. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year.
Where you at?
Exodus 23 and 14.
14? Okay.
3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month Abib, for in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. Verse 16. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors.
So what we're getting from here is all the feasts of the Most High that he set down. All right. There was 3 main times of the year that we came to the Most High with something in our hands as a gift. All right. So he's giving you those 3 feasts where you were giving, where you were giving to the Most High, giving through his priests to the Most High. All right. So you had the feast of harvest, which is we call the feast of first fruits. All right. Which became the day of Pentecost. Is that right? Yeah. No. First fruits was after. Yeah, that was the day of Pentecost. It was 50 days, and it was after the Passover. Okay. So it was technically like the first feast of the year. All right. Or the first of these 3 feasts. Go ahead.
And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before the Lord God. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread.
So he didn't want no old bread mixed in with the bread he was given for the sacrifice. Okay? He didn't want no old food mixed in with the food he was given for the sacrifice. 11 was when we took, it's like when you make sourdough bread, you take a piece of the bread from the previous batch and you put it into the new dough so that as the bread rises, it takes the flavor and the aroma off that old piece and makes the new lump taste like the old bread. You understand? So without eating moldy bread, you was getting to eat that same batch of bread again. All right? That's how bread works. Well, the Most High, he only wanted new flavor. You understand? So this new batch, I don't want it to taste nothing like the old. All right? The new things that you offer up, they ain't going to have nothing old in them. All right?
Neither shall the fat of my sacrifices remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not see a kid in his mother's milk.
Right, so I mentioned that earlier. Thou shalt not see the kid in his mother's milk. It ain't talking about, some people say, oh, it's boiling the baby in the mother's milk. That's cruel too. All right, so you don't want to do that. But it's not talking about, oh, I don't want to eat cheese on my sandwiches because the scriptures say you don't put a kid with his mother's milk. That's not what that means. You don't know where the cheese came from, and you don't know if that's the mother of the cow you eat. You know what I mean? What it's talking about is while the baby is in that first 6-7 days of just being born, you don't eat that baby. So Esau likes to call it veal. And they take the baby straight from the mother and they go and eat it, and oh, it's all succulent and juicy and it's all tender. Right? Well, you weren't supposed to eat that. That's a baby. You understand? That's cruel. That's animal cruelty. Most High have laws for that. All right?
Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies, and an adversary unto thine adversaries. For my angel shall go before thee, and bring thee in unto the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and Hittites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off.
Now, these are all dark nations. You know what I mean? We got our people wanting to claim they all Africans or they all this people. Well, you might. What if you claiming to be a descendant of these people? The Most High said, I'm cutting them off. You know, see that? So that's why we know that we're not all these different nations. We make sure that there's a separation. The Most High made sure there was a separation between us and these other nations because he had cut them off. Y'all see that? And they were all dark-skinned too. Alright? Now when it says for my angels, you see it in capitals, right? That's Christ. You understand? Any other time you see the angel of the Lord, you usually got it in small letters. But he said, my angel shall go before you. It says, my name is in him. Right? Earlier?
Yeah.
In verse 21, it says, for my name is in him. That was Christ. That's why when you go into the New Testament, it said they did all eat that same spiritual meat and drink of that same spiritual drink. And that rock was Christ. Right? That rock they drank out of, that was Christ. He's the one that watered them. He's the one that fed them in the wilderness. That angel was Christ. Cats tell you, oh, there ain't no Christ. Christ ain't in the Old Testament. Yes, he is. They just weren't calling him Jesus Christ at the time. Because that would have been a Greek and Roman name and they weren't around yet. Y'all see that? So he gave them a name appropriate to the time every time. Alright? Go ahead.
Verse 24. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works.
So these Canaanites, Hittites, Jebusites, Hivites, Perizzites, we weren't supposed to do after their ways. Go ahead.
But thou shalt utterly overthrow them, and quiet break down their images.
Right. So we were supposed to break down everything they did. We were not supposed to form little idols that look like theirs, or take their idols and say, hey, I wonder what it's like to worship this God. No, we were supposed to break that down into powder. You understand? That's why when in the new kingdom ain't gonna be no Oscars and Emmys and Golden Globes and all that stuff. We gonna break all that stuff down. There ain't gonna be no more Beyonces. We gonna break her ass down. You understand? We're not gonna worship any of the gods of this nation. All right? All their money gonna be burnt up. All their idols that they set up to worship, we gonna break it all down. You understand? And they got so many of them, though we ain't gonna have to break them down. The Most High is gonna nuke this place and burn it all up at once. You understand? Go ahead.
And I will send hornets before thee, which shall drive out the Hivites, the Canaanites, and the Hittites from before thee.
So the Most High used them spirits sent out for vengeance. In this case, he said he's going to send hornets. And that was going to drive them out. So I ain't even going to have you go in there and fight them. He going to send bees. Angry bees. Hornets ain't like bees. A bee sting you, and the little stinger break off, and they fall down and die. A hornet can just stab you repeatedly. A hornet and a wasp, they're the same. They don't die when they sting you. They just sting the hell out of you till you're dead. You know what I mean? And then they buzz off and go sting the next man. So he said he's going to send that after these other nations to get them off your land. He's going to do that here. It's going to be the same way. They think they're going to fight against it. That's why they get all these lasers. They get all these sound weapons and all this stuff. They think it's going to be us. They try to genetically modify weapons to destroy just niggas. But it's going to be bees. There's going to be wasps coming after them. It's going to be damn things they can't stop. It's going to be natural disasters coming after them. And they're just going to get swallowed up. You understand? And we're going to be protected. What's that, Sid?
Just like in Africa right now, like they got those flies that hold those diseases and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, they got malaria and stuff like that. It's gonna be stuff they can't kill. Like, we could kill these bees, but they're on the endangered species list, so I guess we gotta just let them sting us. It's gonna be like that. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
I will not drive them out from before thee in one. Verse 29. I will not drive them out from before thee in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against thee.
See that? Just proof showing you what I told y'all earlier. He uses the other nations to be able to till the ground and grow the crops and everything in that land that they're in for our use. So he said, I'm not going to destroy all of them like in 1 year, because then there won't be nobody to keep the grounds. There won't be no gardeners. It'll just be desolate wasteland, jungle that y'all going into. Nah, I'm gonna leave some of them behind. They're gonna be killed off little by little, so that they're still maintaining the little factories and the quarries and the land and still farming it. And then when y'all come in, I'm gonna kill off the rest of them. Now that seems cruel, don't it? Like, man, you just gonna use us so some other people can move in. That's what he's gonna do. That's what he's doing to America. But he's just gonna burn this place to the ground. But he got them fake Israelites. What they doing over there to our land? Nah. They're taking care of you, man. They got the biggest agricultural industry of any nation on the planet over there.
Well,
so when we get there, it's gonna be nice.
When you said that, I wasn't thinking agricultural. I was thinking about like the stuff they do.
Oh yeah, spiritually they messing it up.
They
You know
got
what I mean?
kind of gay parades and wickedness going on. That's what I was thinking about. But yeah, you're right.
But yeah, agriculturally, especially when he start killing them all, their dead bodies gonna fertilize the ground. You know what I mean?
Sense of humor.
That's real wisdom. All right, I'm thinking ahead. Go ahead.
Verse 30. By little and little I will drive them out from before thee, until thou be increased and inherit the land. And
So he gonna little by little knock them out and increase you little by little so that there be a balance. All right, the people's gone and then these people coming in. Go ahead.
And I will set thy bonds from the Red Sea even unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and thou shalt drive them out before thee.
So he's basically telling you, I'm clearing out from the Mediterranean to Iraq. From the Euphrates to the Red Sea, I'm clearing all that land out for you. All right? And I'm not going to do it all at once. I'm not going to kill all those people all at once because it takes a while for y'all to spread out into those lands. So I'm little by little going, okay, you getting hornets. All the Hivites gone. Guess who's there now? Judah. Right? Okay, I'm clearing out the Perizzites. So guess who's there now? Ephraim. See that? Well, I'm clearing out these people. Guess who's there now? Well, this tribe, Gad, increased, so I'm putting them there. Y'all see that? So he little by little wiped out them other nations and pushed them down into Africa and pushed them down into the other parts of the Middle East and put us there. Right? You read 33 yet?
Verse 32.
Okay.
Thou shalt make no covenant with them.
Don't make no promises with them. Don't make no contracts with them because they're not going to be there to fulfill it. Don't sell them no car and tell them they can make payments because they ain't going to be there. All right? Don't make no covenants with them. Go ahead.
Nor with their gods.
Right.
They shall not dwell in thy land.
Right. They're not neighbors. Those were just groundskeepers until you got there. Then they got to leave. All right? Go ahead.
Lest they make thee sin against me.
Right, because if you keep them as neighbors, they're going to entice you to worship their other gods. All right? Go ahead.
For if thou serve their gods, it will surely be a snare unto me.
Right. If you go worshiping all their little wooden and stone gods, you're going to be putting all your trust in them, and they made out of wood and stone. They ain't going to help you out at all. He's the one that helps us. Y'all see that? So you go worshiping them, they ain't going to help you, and then you're going to decrease. What's that?
I remember that wisdom of Solomon where it said they're worthy of worshiping wood and stone.
Right, I know what I was supposed to.
I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
That's what they worthy of.
Well, what chapter was that?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13. No, it was either 13 or 14 verse. It was like the first.
Yeah, I still got it marked up. Let me see. Yeah, chapter 14. It tell you all about the idols. How people make them out of stone and wood and they can't help them, they can't do nothing. And then they go back and pray to it, like asking for salvation and help for their crops and everything.
Like the totem pole.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you praying to that and ain't no crops growing. But if you would have done it the way the Most High told you to do it, your crops would have grew. But you sat up there and left your land untilled and didn't plant no seeds or nothing, and you sitting there praying to a fertility goddess thinking magically you gonna grow crops. No, I already told you how to grow crops. Y'all see that? But we leave off and we go mess with these idols and then nothing gets done. That's what he was trying to warn us about. Y'all see that? Alright, so that was verse 33, right?
See, they commit their lives to small pieces of wood.
Right.
Like, dang, chopping them up.
Yep. So, y'all brothers reading yet? Y'all at reading age yet? Huh? You want to read? Yep. Alright. Well, we gotta finish the reading this way then. Alright? So y'all get that cut. Alright? Yeah. So starting verse, let's go. Any more readers? Okay, so. Alright, so I have you read another one and then I'll do the last one. I'll do this sixth reader. So yeah, Exodus 24 verse 1. You want to read through. What? Okay, I gotta find it now because he wrote the wrong way.
I'm reading 24 through what?
Just start at verse 1 and read down, and I'll let you know when to cut off because he wrote it down weird.
Exodus Exodus chapter 24 verse 1. And he said unto Moses, come up unto the Lord, come up unto ye Lord thou. And he said unto Moses, come up unto the Lord thou, and Aaron, and Nadab, and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off. And Moses alone shall come near the Lord.
Alright, so you're going to read to verse 18.
But they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with them. And Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord, and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice, saying, all the words which the Lord hath said, we will do. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rose up early in the morning, and builded an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord. Verse 6. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in a basin, and half of the blood and sprinkled on an altar. And he took the book of the covenant and read in the audience of the people, and they said, all that the Lord has said, we will do, and be obedient. And Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people, and said, behold, the blood of the covenant of the Lord hath made with you, and concerning all these words.
Right, so that blood wasn't no weird cult sacrifice. It was a covenant. It was like signing up a contract. You understand? And everybody could see, okay, there's the blood all over the place, so we did swear this. And the Most High looked down and he see the blood there, and okay, y'all did sacrifice. You see that? Y'all did make this covenant and this promise, so you promised on a blood oath that this was going to be done. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 9. Then with Moses and Aaron and Nadab and Abihu and the 70 elders of Israel, and they saw the God of Israel, and there were under his feet, as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness.
See that?
In his clearness.
So what they saw was, it says the God of Israel, right? So they got to see Christ at that time. All right, they didn't get to see the Most High in his person, because the scriptures tell you no man has seen the Most High or heard his voice at any time. So when they got to see what just like they called Christ, the express image of the Most High. Y'all see that? Okay. So that was Christ they saw right there. It said they saw the power, the God of Israel. What you would read in Hebrew is they saw the power of Israel, the judge of Israel, who is Christ. You understand? It said, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of his sapphire stone. Everything you read in Revelations, right? That's what you read in Revelations is how he looked, right? So this is what they saw when they came up. They didn't get to see the Most High. They saw Christ. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel, he laid not his hand. Also, they saw God and did eat and drink. Verse 12. And the Lord said unto Moses, come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give thee tables of stones, and a law and a commandment which I have written, that thou mayest teach them. And Moses rose up, and his minister Joshua. And Moses went up unto the mount of God. Verse 14. And he said unto the elders, tarry here for us, until we come again unto you. And behold.
All right, so that was 18, right?
No, 14.
Oh, 14, go ahead.
And behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man have any matter to do, let him come unto them. And Moses went up unto the mount, and a cloud covered the mount. Verse 16. And the glory of the Lord abode upon Mount Sinai.
So when you read 1 Corinthians 11, chapter 1 down, you find out that Christ is the glory of the Most High. And the man is the glory of Christ. Y'all see that? So when they went and saw the glory of God, they went and saw Christ. You understand? They went to see him and the angels. Go ahead.
And the cloud covered it 6 days. And the 7th day he called unto Moses out of the midst of the cloud. 17. And the sight of the glory of the Lord was like devouring fire on the top of the mountain in the eyes of the children of Israel. Verse 18. And Moses went into the midst of the cloud and got him up into the mount. And Moses was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights.
See that? And then after that, they think he just came down with 10 commandments. Like Jesus, the Most High just writes slow. You know what I mean? When you go to Wisdom of Solomon, he tells you that he took Moses up there a long season, right? And up there he showed him many wondrous things. Is it 17? No, that's second Ezra. Second Ezra 14. So second Ezra 14, it says, and it came to pass, starting in verse 1. And it came to pass upon the 3rd day, I sat under an oak, and behold, there came a voice out of a bush over against me, and said, Esdras, Esdras. And I said, here am I, Lord. And I stood up upon my feet. Then said he unto me, in the bush I did manifestly reveal myself unto Moses, and talked with him when my people served in Egypt. And I sent him and led my people out of Egypt and brought him up to the Mount of Sinai. So it's just continuing where we just left off, right? Where I held him by me a long season, 40 days and 40 nights, and told him many wondrous things, and showed him the secrets of the times and the end. So Moses wasn't just up there getting 10 commandments. He was getting revelations up there. You understand? He said, and commanded him, saying, these words shall you declare, and these words shall you hide. So he sent him back down and said, give them the 10 commandments, give them these 613 laws, but don't tell them about the end times. Tell them what's going to happen to the children of Israel in the last days and how they going to be. That's where you get Deuteronomy chapter 33. All right, where he starts telling us about how we're going to be and appear in the last days. All right. Those curses in Deuteronomy 28, tell them that. You understand? The blessings in Deuteronomy 28, tell them that. But all the other stuff, leave these things out. Because I want to see what they're going to do on their own. Y'all see that? Then the later prophets will come and tell them, see, the Most High told you to do this. That's why this and this and this happened to you, and that's why this and this specifically is going to happen to you. And they still wouldn't listen. So when Christ came, he was like, listen, when you see Jerusalem compassed about with armies, it's over. Y'all didn't follow none of them prophets before. They was giving you, Moses gave you a general thing, said don't do this, do this. Y'all didn't do that. Then the other, Jeremiah, Isaiah, and all these other brothers came down and said, you didn't do this, that's why this king, that king, and this king is going to destroy you. Then they did, and then you wanted to come back to the Most High for a little bit of time, and then you went right back to your wicked ways. So, your relationship with the Most High is over. When you see Jerusalem compassed about with armies, that's the Most High going to whoop y'all for the last time. They still didn't repent. They said crucify him. Okay, got you. There ain't no other sacrifice you can do to cover up your sins now. I done gave you my son. You killed him as a sacrifice. That's it. I'm not dealing with you. So when we went into slavery and the Most High didn't jump in and say, I'm going to sink all these ships. Why? Because y'all deserve that. I ain't even watching that. I ain't got no hand in. Don't be like, oh God, why you do this to us? You did it to yourself. You shouldn't have killed my son. Now I got to restore blood for blood, life for life, tooth for tooth, eye for eye. Y'all see that? And then after that was restored, after enough blood was shed to cover that, okay, boop, I'm going to give you my laws again. See how you do now. I'm going to return to you your identity. See how you do now. Y'all see that? So that's why everything had to play out the way it did, because he didn't just give Moses the laws and that was it. No, he gave them how they was going to be, how they were going to be at the end times and things like that. He let them know flat out they was going to reject him and forget him. Y'all see that? And they still did it. They still rejected him. Well, that's on you now. Yeah. Alright? But it said that he showed him many wondrous things and showed him the secrets of the times and the end, and commanded him, saying, these words shall you declare, and these shall you hide. Alright? So we got to know that he got more than just 10 commandments.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's crazy because I think about all the scriptures, like, like the Most High eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, and, one day to him is 1,000 years to us. Like, just imagine one drop of Christ's blood, how many minutes that need to be slaughtered, things are killed, So I can understand why we're here so long.
I mean, the thing is he had told Abraham that we were going to be in slavery for 400 years. You know what I mean? And we still didn't listen. We still didn't do the things that was going to keep us out of that slavery. You know what I mean? And we weren't in slavery 400 years in Egypt. We was only in slavery 80 years in Egypt. The rest of the 350 years we were ruling Egypt. You understand? The slavery he was talking about horrified Abraham. The slavery we went through in Egypt didn't horrify Abraham. That was only 80 years. All we was doing was building stuff. The slavery we went through here horrified Abraham, because when he saw our babies getting bashed into trees and brothers getting lit on fire alive and buried alive and raped and things like that, then that horrified him. You understand? Because that was beyond the way him as a warrior would have done. Y'all understand? So yeah, that 400-year prophecy you read about with Abraham, that wasn't Egypt. That was here in America. Let's see. So where are we going to now? We had you finished verse 18. And now we're at 2 Kings chapter 12. You're going to read 2 Kings chapter 12, verse 1 through 7. And again, if y'all have questions on the topic for y'all online, you can text those in if it's on the topic. If it's not, then we'll get them Monday. Alright, for those of y'all thinking about it, if y'all could pray for the brother, for Priest Kazakia. Alright, y'all can pray for Priest Kazakia. And for some healing for him and everything like that. It was yesterday. Yeah, I'm just seeing if we got any All right. What we'll do for Dr. Melvin, I'm sorry I'm answering so late, but we'll go through a Purim class as it nears about that time. But ask your question again Monday just to keep it fresh in our minds. All right. And Sherion Chamblis. Shalom, how can I get a Passover garment made for my husband and son? Man, I wish you would have asked that a while back, but you can go to the Israelware Facebook site and see if you could put in an order for Passover garments, all right? And they'll work out pricing and everything like that for you. They're kind of behind because they're making garment. The sisters are making garments for all the brothers of this camp. But if you want to put in your order, I'm sure they can get y'all in there with the brothers that have been getting garments made for them. All right. And again, I'm sorry I'm answering so late. I'm just seeing that. But all right, that's it for those. Yeah. So we're in 2 Kings chapter 1, verse 1 through verse 7. Oh, and also if y'all can pray for the brother Volante. He's getting Satan's been trying to attack brothers' bodies because he can't attack nothing else. He can't attack our spirits. We got a lot of strong brothers pushing hard for the Most High in the spirit. So he can't take their ribs from them or their families or nothing like that from them because we done gave up everything carnally. So now he's trying to hit our bodies and destroy us that way, so we can't teach. All right. So if we could pray for these brothers, Kazakia, myself, Volante, and any other brothers and sisters that's having illnesses that are trying to hinder them from their work, then please set up prayers for us. All right.
All right. That's 2 Kings 1 verse 1. 2 Kings chapter 1 verse 1. Then Moab rebelled against Israel after the death of Ahab and Ahab. Verse 2. And Ahaziah fell down through a lattice in his upper chamber that was in Samaria, and was sick. And he sent messengers and said unto them, Go, inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron, whether I shall recover of this disease. Verse 3. But the angel of the Lord said unto Elijah.
Now remember in the law, the Most High has said, don't even let the name of no strange gods come out your mouth. Right? We just read that. And here goes this king of Israel talking about he fell down through a lattice and hurt himself. And he said, go ask Beelzebub, the god of Ekron, whether I'm going to recover of this disease. The hell you need to ask him for? We got our own God. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 3. But the angel of the Lord said unto Elijah the Tishbite, Arise, go up to meet the messengers of the king of Samaria, and say unto them, Is it not because there is not a God in Israel that ye go to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron? Verse 4. Now therefore, thus said the Lord, Thou shalt not come down from that bed on which thou art gone up, but shalt surely die. And Elijah departed.
So while they was on the way to go ask the god of Ekron, the god of the Hebrews, sent his messenger and said, hey, don't worry about it. You ain't even got to go over there. I'm going to tell you, you're going to die. You shouldn't even ask. You shouldn't even let the name of that strange god come out your mouth. You're going to die in that bed. All right? So don't worry about it. I'm going to save you a trip. Go ahead.
Verse 5. And when the messenger turned back unto him, he said unto them, Why are ye now turned back? And they said unto him, There came a man up to meet us, and said unto us, Go, turn again unto the king that sent you, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Is it not because there is not a God in Israel that thou sendest to inquire of Beelzebub of God, the god of Ekron? Therefore thou shalt not come down from that bed on which thou art gone up, but shalt surely die. Verse 7. He said unto them, What manner of man was he which came up to meet you?
All right.
And told you these words.
All right. So he's asking, okay, what kind of man told you this? Right? Because I sent you to go to the god of Ekron, Beelzebub, and go ask him. So what man stopped you in your tracks and sent you back here? I want to know, right? So I'm going to start my reading. This is verse 8. It said, and they answered him, he was an hairy man, and girt with a girdle of leather about his loins. And he said, it is Elijah the Tishbite. He's like, you ain't got to say no more. Only nigga run around with all that hair and leather on as a prophet is Elijah the damn Tishbite. You see that? Like, you ain't even got to tell me. Now, when you read that description, and you read the description of John the Baptist, you know they was one and the same person. You understand? Because the only other prophet running around with a garment of hair was him and John the Baptist. All right. He said, verse 9. Then the king sent. Where am I reading to? Verse 17. Okay. Then the king sent unto him. Okay. Then the king sent unto him a captain of 50 with his 50, and he went up to him, and behold, he sat on the top of the hill, and he spake unto him, thou man of God, the king had said, come down. And Elijah answered and said to the captain of 50, if I be a man of God, then let fire come down from heaven and consume you and your 50. And there came down fire from heaven and consumed him and his 50. All right, so he came up disrespectful, basically. All right, and now he already done told the king, you gonna die. Right, now you gonna send 50 men up here, 50 armed men after me? Okay, well, if I'm a man of God, then let fire come down and burn y'all up. All right, and that's exactly what happened as soon as he said it. Then verse 11, again also he sent unto him another captain of 50 with his 50. And he answered and said unto him, O man of God, thus hath the king said, come down quickly. And Elijah answered and said unto them, if I be a man of God, let fire come down from heaven and consume you and your 50. And the fire of God came down from heaven and consumed him and his 50. And he sent again a captain of the third 50 with his 50. And the third captain of the 50 went up and came and fell on his knees before Elijah and besought him. See, he had respect. And said unto him, O man of God, I pray thee, let my life and the life of these 50 thy servants be precious in thy sight. He said, behold, there came fire down from heaven and burnt up the two captains of the former 50s with their 50s. Therefore let my life now be precious in thy sight. And the angel of the Lord said unto Elijah, go down with him, be not afraid of him. And he arose and went down with him unto the king. So he said, listen, you can go down with him. He came with respect. He didn't come demanding nothing. If you come into a man of the Most High, you come with respect. Y'all see that? You don't just come in your way because it'll burn your ass up. What verse we at? 16. And he said unto him, thus saith the Lord, for as much as thou hast sent messengers to inquire of Beelzebub. Oh wait, 15. Right? Oh no, it said, and he arose and went down with him unto the king. And he said unto him, thus saith the Lord, for as much as thou hast sent messengers to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron, is it not because there is no God in Israel to inquire of his word? Therefore thou shalt not come down off that bed on which thou art gone up, but shalt surely die. So he died according to the word of the Lord, which Elijah had spoken, and Jehoram reigned in his stead in the 2nd year of Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, because he had no son. All right, so when the Most High said, don't let the name of no strange gods come out your mouth, he meant it. And that king thought he was, okay, he said that? Okay, well, go send 50 men after him. Go kill that dude. Go send 50 men after him. Tell him to get down here. If he don't come down, then y'all kill him, right? Okay, well, if I'm a man of God, you and your 50 gonna die. He burnt them up, burnt up another 50. That's 100 men. The last man came respectfully. He said, okay, go down with him. Because he thinks he gonna get to plead with you. He thinks he's gonna get to talk his way out of this. So when Elijah came, what did he do? Who knows what he did? What did y'all just read that he did?
He
No?
He got down on his knees?
No, what did Elijah say to the king when he got to him?
He told him he wasn't coming off the bed, he was gonna die.
He told him the exact same thing he told him from far away, right to his face.
Right.
Like, look, man, I done told you guys already, you gonna die. I ain't gonna change. You ain't gonna get to plead with me. It came from the Most High. You gonna die on that bed. I'm gonna say it right to your face. And it said, and Elijah departed. So he said that, and he walked off. It wasn't no, oh, please, Elijah, don't let the Most High get me. Nah, I told you what happened. What was gonna happen. You thought I was just saying it in a letter or saying it by messenger, and I wasn't gonna be bold enough to say it to your face. No, I'm right here. You gonna die. Bye. Alright? So that's how the Most High deals with you when you start dealing with these other gods and start putting your trust in things that are not of Him. Alright? Let's see. So now we're going to be at 2 Kings, or no, Matthew chapter 5, verse 38 through 42. So everybody go to the book of Matthew chapter 5, verse 38. And as you see, all this stuff, all these scriptures are going to play into the same thing we started out with. All right, it's going to be about the law that we just read over. All right, so Matthew chapter 5, verse 28, or 38. I'm sorry, 5 verse 38. Ye have heard that it hath been said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Where do we read that? In the law, right? He said, but I say unto you, that you resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. So you see how I said that already before I even knew we was coming to this scripture? Because Christ was not trying to tell you that law's done away with. He's saying, listen, before it even comes to that, don't get in no fights. If your brother come and smack you in the face, well, okay, whatever cause you got, go ahead and hit me again, bro. Y'all see that? So he didn't take away the law. He said that it has been said of old time, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But if your brother hits you on the cheek, give me another one too. Show him to listen. For one, you can't hurt me. And two, I'm not going to hurt you back. I'm not going to fight you. Y'all see that? And that way it'll cool down his anger, and it ain't got to come down to eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Let's see. Then we're going to go verse 40. And if any man will sue you at the law and take away thy coat, let him have your cloak also. See that? So if he want to sue you, hey, I'm going to sue you for the coat on your back. Okay, well, here, take my cloak also, man. If that's how it's got to be, go ahead and take that too. All right? Because the Most High going to give you that back for one, and it's going to appease that man's anger. Y'all see that? Because a lot of times anger just coming from pride and ego. All right? So usually if a man come up and punch you in the face, he want that satisfaction of seeing you get all mad and irate and everything, and then he looking at you like, I'll whoop you down. You know what I mean? But if you like, oh, okay, well, hit me again, bro. I take away all that ego, man. You like, damn, I can't hurt this dude. I don't know what he gonna do to me after I hit him again. See that? Because obviously I can't hurt him. See that? So you don't know what's in that man's mind. It's the same reason the elephant is scared of a mouse. Because the mouse don't back down when the elephant coming through. They stand their ground. So the elephant like, man, this thing got disease, something. I'm scared. This nigga crazy. You know what I mean? He might crawl in my ear, eat my brain. I don't know. I'm done. You know what I mean? So the elephant will run off before the mouse. See that? When you do that, you show more strength than that brother or sister that came after you. So you go ahead and turn the other cheek. All right? That's not for your enemies, as he showed you. All right? He was speaking to Israelites. That's why he said, you have heard it in the law. You have heard it of old time. Where'd you hear it? In the law that was only given to who? Israel. So it wasn't for every nation. It wasn't, oh, if another nation come and smack you in the face. See that? No, this was for Israel only. What's that?
That's where that saying go, kill him with kindness.
There you go. Well, that comes from another scripture in Romans where it said, if your brother, if your enemy is athirst, give him to drink. If he hungers, give him food. Because in doing so, you'll heap coals of fire on his head. You'll kill him with kindness. See that?
If I can interject, the whole thing about the way Christianity explains these scriptures, and I used to look at civil rights stuff, like you marching out here, and these people sicking dogs on you and beating the crap out of you, hanging your people. Forgive them, no man, I want to smash them too. Yeah. That's just honest.
Yeah, and that's what made a lot of our people reject the Bible, because they thought it was full of weakness.
Right, that's
they
exactly
thought, and people don't follow weakness.
Right.
You see that?
Right.
They didn't understand that in context, these things were spoken to and for the children of Israel only. Because there ain't no other time you see where another nation got to smack David in the face and he just took it.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
I don't think they wanted to.
Yeah, you didn't read nowhere else that where look at Abraham, right? They took his nephew Lot. Was Lot sitting there like, well, take my other nephew too? Nah, he went in there with 318 men and slaughtered 4 nations and got his nephew back. You understand? We didn't deal with the other nations like that. Righteous men before the law knew better to not just let any nation come and mess with you like that. You know what I mean? I'll be damned you come to my house, rape my woman, and be like, oh yeah, here's my other one too. You know what I mean? That's weakness. And that's why people stop following the civil rights movement. They stop following even religion, and then in the end they end up stop following the Bible, because they thought it was pushing that madness and weakness that the civil rights leaders were following. That's why it said in Isaiah, he said the leaders of this people caused them to err. Y'all see that? All right, so where we at? Verse 42 or no, 41. And whosoever shall compel you to go a mile, go with him twain. See, I was already describing this for you. Give to him that ask of you, and from him that would borrow of you, turn not you away. See, this is all in the law we just read. See? So we just got the understanding that Christ was given. Did he do away with the law? No. He gave you something where you didn't even have to go to the law. He gave you righteousness, which precedes the law. If you can't figure out righteousness and to do things the right way, then there's a law after that says, listen, this is how you do it. Y'all see that? If it ain't naturally in you, then there's instructions specifically how you gonna do it. Y'all see that? But this is how righteous people operate. A brother ain't gotta ask you for food. You see him hungry, you feed him. You see that? If a brother say, hey man, can you walk with me and mom, man, I need a brother to kind of as backup. You know what, brother, I'm going with you wherever you need to go. See that? If you need somebody to have your back, I'll take you the whole ride. Y'all see that? I'm going to be there for you. That's love. That supersedes the law, because you're already ahead of that. You're already ahead of what the law told you to do. That's just bare minimum. The law was bare minimum. All right? The law taught you, listen, you have to do this. At the very least, this is what you have to do to be a human being. Christ told you, listen, if you're righteous, you're above regular human beings. So this is what you do before it even comes to somebody got to tell you about the law. Y'all see that? Hey, listen, if a man gonna take you to court and he want to take your jacket from you, go ahead and give him your jacket and your cloak. That way y'all ain't even got to go to court, man. You ain't even got to make this a public spectacle. That'll kill all his pride and ego right there. If a man smack you in the face before it turned into a fist fight and somebody accidentally kills somebody, baby or something like that, just give him your other cheek too, man. It ain't like he gonna hit you hard enough to knock your whole face off. You know what I mean? Give him the other cheek too. You just as strong as him. Y'all see that? So that's what the Most High was showing us. That's what Christ was showing us, that the law wasn't done away with. It ain't Mosaic law versus Christ's law. That one law. All right? This is just understanding of those laws. It said, give to him that ask of you, and from him that would borrow of you, turn you not away. All right, so that was verse 42. Now we're going to 17, verse 1 through 11. Matthew chapter 17, verse 1 through 11. on to Andrew Figueroa, all praise to the Most High. All right, and Nathan Israel. All right, so we're at Matthew 17, verse 1 through 11. All right, and after 6 days, Yahushua taketh Peter, James, and John his brother, and bringeth them up into an high mountain apart, and was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with him. That's how you know right there that the Mosaic law and Christ's law was no different. Because Moses and Elijah came down and agreed with him. Y'all see that? Came down and rapped with him. All right, they co-signed for everything he was saying. All right, then it said, verse 4. Then answered Peter and said unto Yahushua, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If thou wilt, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for you, and one for Moses, and one for Elias. While he yet spake, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them, and behold, a voice out of the cloud which said, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear you him. Y'all see that? So before the Most High did it, and Christ told the people to follow Moses. This time the Most High came and said, follow Christ. You understand? Why? Because he was going to give you Moses' law. He was going to give you Elijah the enforcer's law. And then he was going to give you the understanding through Christ. So hear this man now. All right? It said, where are we at? Verse 6. And when the disciples heard it, that should also show you that God and Christ are not the same entity. All right? Because they tell you God came down to earth as Christ. Right? But they ain't understanding that the judge of the earth, when it says God came down as Christ, there's a scripture that actually says that. But what it's talking about is the judge, the God we read about, the talk to Moses and Aaron and all them. He came down to earth. Not God himself, the Almighty. But the judge, the Elohim, the power that was speaking to Moses came down to earth as a man. Y'all see that? The Father was still in heaven. How do we know? Because the Father's sitting here talking to them right now. Y'all see that? He said that voice came from heaven and said, this is my beloved Son in whom I am well pleased. Hear you him. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their face and were sore afraid. And Yahushua came and touched them and said, Arise and be not afraid. And when they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no man save Yahushua only. And as they came down from the mountain, Yahushua charged them, saying, Tell the vision to no man until the Son of Man be risen again from the dead. And his disciples asked him, saying, Why then said the scribes that Elias must first come? And Yahushua answered and said unto him, now they're talking about Elijah. When they say Elias, that's how you say his name, Aliyah. All right. They said, why didn't the scribes say that Aliyah must first come? And Yahushua answered and said unto them, Aliyah truly shall first come and restore all things. So y'all see that? So he already did come. And when you read down, they show you that then they understood that he spoke of John the Baptist. Y'all see that? That's verse 13. All right, so that's what that's the reading for this Sabbath. All right, and again, if y'all have any questions, on the reading, we'll take those questions now. If not, any other questions outside the reading, save those for Monday's class. All right, that'll be Monday 7 to 10 p.m. What's that, sis?
I didn't quite get chapter 17.
Chapter 17, what we just read?
Yeah, what we just read.
What part?
I don't understand. Okay, you said the judge came down, which is the power of God.
Right. When you read the word God, in a lot of instances, the word translates in Hebrew, it's Elohim. And then when they change it to English, they just called it God. So some instances you're talking about actually the Most High. Like when it says God hath said, or God commanded, right? then most of the time you're reading that was actually the Most High speaking through the prophet or speaking through an angel and telling them to tell some man something. All right? When it tells you God came in the flesh, right? I forgot what scripture that is, but they say God came down in the flesh, manifested in the flesh, right? All that's showing you is that he manifested. He showed himself in a fleshly form, which was Christ. You understand? He showed his power, all right? Because Elohim means power or judge. Elohim, A-H-L-A-H-A-Y-A-M. And that Y-A-M ending is showing you that that's more than one being in any case, all right? It's a plural. So what it's showing you is judges, powers, all right? Or gods even, as in plural, which was referring to the angels or Christ with the angels. So in no instance, in just about every instance. Now when you see where they say Yahweh, like a lot of times the translation is in the Lord God Almighty, and instead of the Lord God, when you read it in the Hebrew, it says Yahweh. You understand? That's Yahweh, the Father. You understand? That's dealing with that person. And he's usually coming through an angel that has his name on him. You understand? Because when you read Amos chapter 3 verse 7, it says, surely God will do nothing, but he reveals his secrets to his servants, the prophets. You understand? And then in Hebrews 11, Hebrews 11 and 1, or no. Sorry, Hebrews 1 and 3. Let me see. Let me get it for y'all real quick, because I mix them up sometimes. Yeah, it's Hebrews 1 verse 1 and 2. It said, God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets. It didn't say he spoke to them himself. He spoke to them in the past by the prophets. It says, has in these last days spoken unto us by his Son. So there ain't no time where the Most High himself came down and spoke to nobody. You understand? He did it through an angel or the prophets. Alright? So yeah, when you see that where it said God, the voice of God or whatever, the voice of God would be an angel or Christ. Alright? And there's many more scriptures to show you that, listen, if the Most High were to utter his voice, the mountains will crumble. It said the hills melt like wax at the presence of Yahweh. You understand? So ain't no man standing up to that. That's why even Christ said, he said, what they call the second, no, Christ is the second Adam, because he's the second one that actually stood in the presence of the Most High. The first Adam was in the spirit, and he was able to hear the voice of the Most High directly. You understand? But the second Adam, which is Christ, is the only other person. He said, no man has heard the Most High's voice or seen his face at any time. The only begotten Son of the Father, he has beheld him. Meaning, I'm the only one that's seen him. Christ saying that. I'm the only one that's seen him or heard his voice. You have not seen him at all. Y'all see that? So he's basically showing you that in any other time in the Old Testament, you wasn't talking to him, you was talking to me. See that? You was talking to me or you was talking to an angel. Alright. That answer your question? Alright. Alright. Any other questions on the topic? Alright, so again, y'all can save your questions for Monday, and for y'all that join us online, we appreciate y'all presence. Especially if you actually make your presence felt, come down to class 8524 South Brazelville Boulevard, Houston, Texas 77071. Or you can join us if you're in Albuquerque, New Mexico, at 501 Copper Avenue, NW, Albuquerque, New Mexico 87102. And we also have classes in San Antonio. We've been there for way longer than we even been in Houston. 4219 Centergate Street, San Antonio, Texas, 78217. All right. Oh, and again, all donations are welcome. I'll give you that Wells Fargo account number, 101-580-6167. It's under Israelite School of Biblical History. All right. Any other donations, books, or office supplies or anything, canned goods, clothes, you can bring to 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard or to those other school locations. They'll accept your donations as well. All right. But with that, we're going to say shalom. Shalom.
Yeah, when I first hit it though.
Oh yeah, me too. I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna keep doing this, man.
Yeah.
But it helps, right?
Yeah. It bottomed me out the first time. I was like, oh yeah. I just wanted to see real precise. Let me see. You say something about